Yo, what's going on, Abdullah? Welcome to the stream early morning. Just let me set up everything real quick so we can get started. So probably be final day where we stream this chat app. And we'll just basically finish up some small stuff and then I'll probably deploy the app today, we'll see. Yo, what's going on, Martin? Welcome to the stream and thank you for joining as a member. I saw your comment yesterday, but I forgot to reply, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Surjan, welcome to the stream. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you all are doing well. Took a break yesterday. Today, I was like, I was really tired, but I was like, let me just stream for a couple hours. Yesterday, I was like, yeah, I need to take a break. So I was like, just relaxing yesterday. It was a Friday. But today's Saturday, and we're getting straight to work. Modern HD, welcome back to the stream. How are you? Okay, so in this stream, we'll just basically put some final touches on our app, and then we'll call it quits. Well, not quits, but like we'll basically say, okay, we're done. Because we gotta obviously finish this app at some point, and if we keep, I think at this point we've gotten like a good solid base of the application. But there's a couple things that I do definitely want to do. So let me jot them down real quick, so that way, we can at least cover all of the basics, cover all ends of the app. So let me open up Asana, because I did say I would do this, but I know what we got to do, so let's do this. So implement delete messages. So we want to basically add a couple features where the users can delete the message. Now, deleting messages might be a little bit tricky. Actually, they probably won't, because all we have to do is really just delete it from the backend. And because they are it's only just a one-to-many relationship between the conversation and the message, so it should just really be easy to delete them. It's not like the message is like a many-to-many or a one-to-one. If that was the case, it would be a lot more complicated because there would be a constraint, right? Because if I remember correctly, yeah, actually, no, we should be fine. And even if it was one-to-one, it wouldn't really matter, because unless if you were deleting the parent record, that would be a problem. But if you're deleting just a record from a one-to-many, you should be fine. So we'll add a feature where we can delete messages, and we basically want to use context menu to delete the message. So that should be fine. I don't know if we really want to get into emojis, because I've never really worked with emojis before. We could add emojis, there could be like a little button over here. When we click on it, it'll show over here, and when they click on it, we could add emojis. That's for later though. But I guess we would have to download maybe some kind of library that has emojis, I guess. I don't know. Yo, that bad name, welcome to the stream. How are you? So we want to definitely add profile picture support. So that would probably require us to use something like an S3 bucket. So we'll probably do that. I don't really want to work with the file system, to be honest with you, because I have worked with a file system before and saving the file paths, and I really don't want to do that again. So we'll just use an S3 bucket, or DigitalOcean spaces, I should say. So deleting messages is definitely something important. What about editing messages? So when we right click on a message like this, we should also have the option to edit the message. And what should happen is, if the user wants to edit the message, I believe, how does it work on Discord? If you want to edit a message, how does it work on Discord? If I want to edit a message, it just shows a input field. Okay, so it changes it from a regular component to just an input field. So we should also do that as well. let's add task, edit message, allow implement message feature. And I guess we should probably do some unit testing too, maybe. Some of you are probably definitely really interested in unit testing. So I want to make sure I cover that in as well. But that's kind of like for the last, kind of like for the very end, because like if we, you know, if we were at a unit test right now, we will obviously need to change a lot of stuff later on, so it wouldn't be that necessary. But I also think that I do want to scale this up a little bit and maybe add group chats between multiple users, because right now we're only doing 2 users. But I think that's something that we'll worry about later. We want to definitely cover all the basic stuff first and then scale it up a little bit. So definitely making sure that we can edit, delete. We're already reading messages, and we're already able to create messages. So that's good. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and implement these 3 features for now, and we can go ahead and worry about other features later as we are building. And if you all have any ideas that I think would be worth implementing, I can add it to the to-dos. Or I can, you know what, I would add all of them to the to-dos. And yeah, and then, you know, I guess I'm open to ideas. I'm not against anything. But for now, let's just go ahead and implement these 3. So we'll start off with the easiest, which should be deleting messages. So we'll start off with deleting messages first. So that should be the most easiest. Well, actually, it shouldn't be easy. It's just from a perspective of the front end, it's going to be a little bit difficult because we do have to implement the context menu. But from the backend API, it should be really easy. Yo, what's going on, Louis here? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Emojis, yeah, that's something that I'll worry about later. I'll add that. I think, is there a way to do like set priorities on this? Excuse me. Still waking up over here, guys. Hierarchy, what do you mean? So let's implement a delete. Does my VS Code intelligence want to work? I guess today my VS Code doesn't want top to bottom, most to least. I'm not sure what you mean, but okay, there we go. Let's use the delete method. And the delete method is just basically going to expect a conversation ID. So we'll take that. We'll do async delete. Delete. Let me zoom in a little bit so y'all can see this. Delete message from conversation. Okay. Do you guys want to see unit testing? Like, is that something that you guys are interested in? Like learning how to unit test in NestJS? Because we can do unit testing in React, and then we can do it in NestJS. So, what do you guys think? You like unit testing? Okay, we can definitely write some unit tests. I won't write too many because we have a lot of code, but I will write a couple just to show you how we can get started. It's been a while since I've unit tested React components, but I'll do it live on stream. Okay, so we want to definitely get the user, and we'll get the parameter, and then conversation ID. Okay, and what we'll do is first of all, we'll need to do this. We need to obviously validate everything. You know, I wonder if there's a way that we can validate. We could probably create one function that will validate every single conversation to ensure that the user actually belongs there. Yo, Zardan, what's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream again. Nice to see you here. So I think what I'll do is, the only validation we'll need to do, obviously we're already checking to see if the user is logged in. Well, actually, we'll have to do that later with the use guards hook. But we'll need to make sure that the user that is deleting the message is the author. So the user that is logged in, we'll have to compare that to the message. The message is, well, actually, what am I doing? Hold on. Wait, actually, you know, we don't even need the conversation ID. I mean, we could, but I don't really see why we would need it, because if I wanted to query a database with the messages, we already know what the ID of the message is, because on the front end has the ID of the message. So it should be okay. So I don't really think we really even need the conversation ID, because we just delete the message and it should just be fine. So for example, if I were to let me refresh and let me go into my SQL database, use check ID. What is my database called? Malbolge? I don't know what that is. So if I were to select from messages, holy crap, that's a lot of messages. Let me see, let me do this real quick. Hold on. Let me do select from messages, skip. We have, is it skip or offset? Crap. MySQL offset. Limit and offset. Okay, so limit 350. Wait, no, not limit. What am I doing? I want to do skip. I want to set the offset. How do I do it again? I've never actually done it with raw SQL. I've only done it with let's do limit 50, offset 300. There we go. Okay. So we're offsetting 300 and we're getting 50 messages, as you can see over here. I knew making a chat app is quite complicated. I think I avoided it. Well, that's not a good way to look at it. You should not avoid it. You should definitely build one, because it's a good learning experience. But anyways, you can see that right over here we have our messages. Now let's send the message over here. Hello. Okay. If I query the database, you can see that message is there. Now if I refresh, that message is obviously still going to be there because it's already in the database and we're querying it. And we should be able to delete from messages where ID equals 371. And now it's telling us cannot delete a parent or row if one key constraint fails. Why? Now, why would that be an issue? Oh, you know what it is? It's because last message sent. Okay. So here's what we will need to do. Yes, so we do actually need the conversation ID, now that I think about it. So it's a good thing that I did not scrap that completely. So select from conversation where ID equals, and the ID of this conversation is number 34. So what we need to do is we need to update last message sent first. So let's do update from, oh yeah, actually update conversations, set last message sent equals 370. So we need to actually get the previous message that was sent in the conversation. So I think what we would need to do is we would probably need to query. That's actually quite interesting. So we would need to basically get the second to last message sent, because we actually can't even delete this. Because if we delete this, that requires us to update the conversation, because conversation is the parent, right? And remember how I said earlier, if you delete the child, well, actually, let me see. Conversation to parent is a one-to-one. And I think conversation's last message sent property depends on the message itself. So we will need to update it first, but then that will require us to actually get the message first. So we don't actually even know what the last message that is in the conversation is. So deleting it is actually a little bit complex. But what we could do is we can query the database. So here's what I would do. Let's do select from conversations where ID equals 34. And I think we would have to do like a left join. So we'd probably end up having to do a left join. But we don't have to do a left join in the ORM because we can just very easily just get the relations. But let me try doing a left join right now, and we can kind of like translate it to an ORM. So select from conversations, left join messages on, and we want to left join. And remember, the messages table has this conversation ID column. So we'll do conversations.id equals messages.conversation. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of records. Even though we don't even have that many. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Because that should not have returned so many records. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to do one thing. I forgot to limit it to the conversation ID. So where conversations.d equals 34. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So watch this. So now you have every conversation, and then you have the author. Okay. And we know that right over here. The ID of the last message was hello. Okay. But I guess you'd have to go all the way to the end of the array, and then get the second to last element in the end. At least that's how I think we should do it. But the only problem is that you would only need to update the last message sent property only if the message that you're sending last is being deleted, right? Because if you're deleting a message that is not the last message, then you don't really need to update it, right? For example, I could actually delete any message that is not 371. So for example, if I want to delete 367, right? So delete from, what is the best language for largest bots? You mean Discord bots? Delete from messages where ID equals 367. If I want to delete that, you see how it works just fine. So that will delete ASDA, which is I think this message over here. So you'll see that will go away. Okay. So we can delete that because there's no constraint. So we'll need to do a check. So I think what we'll need to do is this. We'll need to add a check to make sure that let me put this into code. Okay. So let's just go ahead and implement the method for the service. For Discord bots, I think Python and Node have good libraries, but I also think Java has good libraries too. There's really no best language, to be honest with you. So we'll need to implement this method, but let me go ahead and let's see. Let's go into utils, let's go into types. Let's do export type. Delete message params. So we'll need the conversation ID, definitely. We'll need the message ID. And I think that should be it. So let's go over here. Let's type annotate params with delete message params. And let's go ahead and continue. Currently using Node with TypeScript and Eris. I was trying to implement everything to Java, but I don't know Java. Well, Java is definitely a different language, though I will say that there are differences, but it's nothing too far off. a lot of stuff that you would learn in JavaScript. Well, here's what I would say. The thing with JavaScript is that it's a scripting language, right? And things that are done in JavaScript, it's not really opinionated like Java, because in Java you need everything is object-oriented programming. Everything is object-oriented. You need a main method, right? You need to do everything inside the main method in order to run the console application. And to translate something from JavaScript is a little bit difficult because JavaScript is not really object-oriented first, and people tend to just create functions and, you know, do everything inside those functions, and there's no like classes that it's based around. So that's why it might be a little bit complex to do that. Let's go into the message service. Let's implement the delete message. Okay. So, good thing we have both message and conversation repository. So here's what we need to do. I guess what I'll do is this. Well, we actually need to fetch the message first. So I guess what we need to do is we should probably pass the user ID down into the down into method. All right, see Leo's here. So let me do this. Let me go over here. Oh. Okay, and then we'll also need to create a DTO. Let's not forget that. We'll need a DTO. So actually, you know, now that I think about it, actually, you know, we don't need a DTO because we're still going to be using route parameters. I followed your videos about NestJS Discord dashboard and my bot getting rate limited. Is there any solutions to fix that? Well, you could download a package for the backend to rate limit requests that are being made to the Discord, because it's the reason why it's being rate limited is because of the amount of requests that your backend is making to the Discord API. So you could probably download some kind of rate limiter to ensure that the user is not like spamming requests. There's plenty of rate limiting libraries that you can work with. So you have lots of options. Okay, now the API route is actually going to be a little bit weird because we're doing slash. I actually really think that it should be slash conversations slash messages. I really don't like how it's just slash messages. I really think that every single route should be slash conversations slash messages. Victor, welcome to the stream. How are you? How are you doing? Wow, suddenly we got a lot of viewers here. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you're new here to the stream, you know, feel free to say hi. Don't be shy. But say hello. I don't bite. We're working on a chat application. We're working on new features. Waleed Khalid, welcome to the stream. Your name rhymes, Waleed Khalid. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly, but welcome to the stream. FTK789, welcome to the stream. How are you? Love having new people here. Okay. Great. Slept about 3 hours and yet here I am. Well, I'm glad you're here. Waleed Khalid. Is it Khalid or Khalid? Conversation ID. I really don't like the way that we are setting up our route for messages, because it should really just be slash conversations slash messages, in my opinion. I don't really like this, so you know what? Honestly, I think what I'll do is I'll migrate everything over. So I think what I'll do is this. I'll change the route real quick, because it should really be conversations slash messages, in my opinion. Let me just make sure that there's no route that is going to overlap. Nope, perfect. Okay. I'm glad YouTube putting such content like yours on feed page. Hope it goes to more people as well. Well, hey, listen, like if you're new here, definitely, you know, subscribe, definitely leave a like, because I do streams like I'm going to be doing streams like this all the time. So definitely leave a like down below. That'll help boost our ratings 100% to get recommended to more people. But yeah, like, you know, I'm going to do more streams like this throughout the week. Today's going to be the last day where we work on our chat app. Tomorrow, Sunday, I'm going to be starting a brand new app where we're going to be doing e-commerce tomorrow. We're definitely going to be doing e-commerce, and I'm going to be showing you all how I'm going to design design the app in Figma, and I'll be building it out. So it'll be a longer stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably stream for about maybe 8 hours, maybe. But it's gonna be a longer stream tomorrow because we're starting everything from scratch. But yeah, definitely, you know, like I said, leave a like, share the stream with people. I definitely really appreciate it a lot. Now, my only concern is that if I use the messages route, will that have any effect? Is what I am concerned about. So let me go ahead and try this out. So let's go into Postman. You're excited? Well, yeah, you know, tomorrow we're going to be starting a new stream. But hopefully today we can get a lot of stuff done. A lot of interesting stuff done, I will say. Well, I mean, we will be. I mean, it's only been 30. Wow, it's only been 30 minutes since we've been streaming, you know. So now if I do slash messages, and if I do slash messages slash the ID of the conversation, okay, so that will still work. But it really should just be slash conversations ID messages, like that. But then that's gonna require me to put everything inside one controller, and I really don't like that. So I think honestly it might be better if we just did messages and then we pass in a request body. I'm not really a fan of that, honestly, but we could do it that way. Now delete method request body. And we could pass a request body for the delete method. TYT. Alright, see you later, Modern HD. Messages. Yeah, I guess we could just pass in the request body instead. I think that would be better than... Because we can't really have subroutes too, which is really annoying. Because if we're limiting everything to be the ID, then that becomes... I mean, unless if we have a large controller. Because the message controller... could also we could just merge the message controller with the conversations controller as well, you know, so we could also do that. But if we do that though, we'll have a really large controller, so that's what I'm concerned of. Ren Ends, welcome to the stream. How are you guys? How are you doing? So yeah, honestly, I think I'll just leave the controller alone. We won't migrate the route. I'll do it later if we really need to. But for now, what we'll do is we'll do a delete method, and we'll expect the user to pass in the request body. Though I don't really like that because I feel like it breaks HTTP rules. But if you think about it, it doesn't make sense to have a endpoint like slash messages and then conversation ID is the parameter. That doesn't make any sense. From a design perspective, it really doesn't make any sense. So honestly, I think what I'll do is, I think I'll just combine the controllers, honestly. Because I think that'll save us a lot of headache in the long run, if I'm being completely honest with you. Excuse me, just hiccup. Because I just drank some water. I think honestly, yeah, I'll just combine I'll just combine everything. We'll combine everything, but we'll create two separate services. So we won't have everything in one service, but we'll have one controller. I'm fine, but I'm always like, well, it's okay, you know, like we haven't really done so much right now. So you're absolutely fine. So what I'll do is this. So ID of the conversation. And then slash messages slash message ID, like that. So I'll do conversation ID. Okay, so this will be the route. And if, again, like the reason why I have to do it like this is because it just makes so much sense from a design perspective. I don't know if we can have dynamic routes that are set. Like for example, I don't think I could do something like, I wonder if I could actually do that. Like, I wonder if I could do something like this. You know what? Let me actually try this real quick. Let me try this. messages. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let me comment that out actually. So let me add the ID in there. And that means every single endpoint is going to require the ID. So let's try this out. If this actually works, then I guess we could do it this way. But what I'm saying is like, so that means that before the ID message is actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Let me try this. Let me try this. Conversations, ID messages. Let me try that. Okay, so now we'll do conversations. So conversations route should still work. If I were to do conversations /15, we'll have to remove this route later. Well, actually, no, this should work fine. But now what if I do conversations ID messages? Now it's saying cannot get conversations ID messages. Okay, yeah. Well, actually, no, we don't have that implemented yet. Well, actually, let's look at the logs and see if it mapped. Triboy, welcome to the stream. How are you? How are you doing? Okay, so it seems like we have /conversations ID messages. Why is it saying cannot get? I guess it's because oh yeah, it's because of this. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. So but I think it doesn't treat it as I don't think it treats it dynamically though. Let me try this. Let me change this to just ID. Let me console log ID real quick. Now, if I console log it, it seems like it doesn't even recognize that. Get messages from conversations. Well, I guess it's because this is. Well, I think I have to change the route, and then yeah, I think we have to change the route. Let me click send. Oh wow! So now it works. Okay, so we can actually define the route parameter at the controller level. Wow. Now, is there going to be any issues? I don't know. But you can see right now I have /conversations /15. And if I were to do /only15, that would give me this right over here, which is fine because this is the correct response. We're getting the conversation. But if we do messages, that'll query the message controller. Now, what if we wanted to create a message, right? So creating a message should actually require the message. Yeah, it makes sense. We should pass in the conversation ID as the route parameter. Rui Jose, welcome to the stream. I've always wanted to build a chat app but never used Socket. Is Socket complicated to use? You know, I wouldn't say Socket is complicated to use, but I would say it is a little bit hard to manage it. So that's the only thing I'd say. Jonathan Key, what does middleware mean? I've done some Java Spring and there's no mention of middleware. So basically middleware is just a piece of software that acts as a middleman between two other components in your software. So think of it like this, right? The best way to think about a middleware is this. Imagine you're going to a car dealership and you're talking to the salesperson, right? The salesperson is actually the middleman between you and the manager at the dealership, right? Because the manager is the person that makes that finalizes the deal. Like if you want to negotiate, the salesperson doesn't say yes or no. The salesperson only sends your messages to the manager, and the manager gives you back a response, right? Now the salesperson can do some validation. Let's say, for example, if you go to the salesperson and you give them some bizarre lowball offer, the salesperson is going to have their own conditions. They're going to be like, we're not going to give you this car for $20,000 less. So that's kind of like what the middleware does. The middleware has these conditions set, right? And you check, okay, you check these parameters. If these parameters don't match, then you send a response back to the user. So it basically saves you a lot of time from passing down that message to a bunch of to your whole system. And instead, the middleware will just basically stop the request right there if it doesn't make any sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it'll send back a message. If it does, it'll pass it down to the next middleware, right? And the next middleware will take care of what it needs to take care of, right? And in the car dealership example, the next middleware will basically be the manager. Yo, Desert, welcome to the stream. How are you awake early on this Saturday? Well, I mean, I'm an early bird. I'm an early bird. I'm an early bird. Hey, what is up? Yo, Gabor, welcome back to the stream. When do you go to bed? I sleep around like 6 p.m., 7 p.m. I'm a pretty early sleeper, early riser. So middleware is just a bunch of conditions. Well, it's not a bunch of conditions. In code, middleware is typically just a function or a method that will perform whatever check you need. And when that check is done, you can either return a response to the user or you can call the next middleware. So it's not really condition, it's just, you know. Yeah. But let's continue. We got a lot of stuff to do. So anyway, so it's good that we're able to get the route parameter working, so that way we don't have to put everything in 2 parameters. Don't return a password. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about that right now. That's not really important. So what we need to do is we need to do /15 to create the conversation. So that means that over here we'll actually, so right now the message DTO expects the conversation ID. So we'll need to migrate this so that instead of the conversation ID in the request body, it'll actually need to be in the it'll actually need to be in the route parameter. So I could actually just remove that right now. And what I'll do is this. So here's what I'll do. We'll go here. We will get the conversation ID from the controller. So here's what we'll do. So we'll do param ID, and we'll label it as conversation ID. Mano Karan, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So where are you right now? Right now we're just working on deleting messages from the database, but we're just doing a little bit of we're just migrating a little bit of stuff right now. Well, yeah, like today's gonna be the last day that we work on this. Tomorrow we're gonna be building an e-commerce app. Well, at least we'll start the e-commerce app. Okay, so let me fix this up. So I just did good. Let me actually move this on here. There we go. So I'll fix up this. So that means in order for us to create a message, we need to do it like this. So wait, let me Control Z this because I don't want to. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let's go here. So let's do. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Wait, hold on. Wait. Create message should be. Oh yeah, wait, this is create conversations, my bad. We need create messages, there we go, right here, perfect. Okay, so before we were passing in content and conversation ID, we're only passing content in the request body, and for the conversation ID, we'll pass it as a route parameter. And now it's saying cannot post. So I think the reason why is probably because, let me see. Oh wait, wait. So this is the new endpoint. I have a question just to keep me motivated. All right, Choib, what's your question? E-commerce is great. Is there a SQL script to make sure when the same schema when project is done? What do you mean? /API. So we have to go to conversation. So we have to migrate everything a little bit. So conversations ID. So number 18. Conversation not found. Okay, that's interesting. But let's go ahead and do this. So let me log in. Let me get my conversations. So let's do number 34. So we'll create a conversation for number 34. And I think that's problematic because right now we have conversation ID right over here. Let me double check everything. Let's control save that. What's going on here? Okay, so ID is undefined for some reason. Interesting. Huh. Well, we were able to get the ID over here, so why weren't we able to get the ID over here? Oh, wait, it's just ID. Excuse me. And let me also add the parse and param. Do you think that it is possible for a man from North Africa to get a web dev job in Europe? Of course. There's lots of people who I've known who have heard their story where they moved from South Africa, they moved from Nigeria, they moved from lots of countries in Africa, all the way to, they moved to Egypt, they moved to Saudi Arabia, they moved to Dubai, they're working as developers there. Some of them moved from Dubai to Europe, some of them moved from Egypt to Europe. There's lots of people who immigrate to those countries and work there, so it's absolutely possible for you to do that. So of course, like, yeah, like don't worry so much about that. Like, you know, as long as you just get your skills up, as long as you just study hard and create projects, you're gonna be absolutely fine. Probably needs to be very good or connection to work overseas. Sir, please add modules, read receipt, and last seen. You need boss to pay for work visa. Could Docker instead of Redux work? I mean, Docker and Redux are two completely different things. Yo, Soma, how are you? Welcome to the stream. What's the next thing that you want to implement? We're implementing delete messages, but we're doing a little bit of refactoring right now. But yeah, so this should work. Okay, there we go. So we just create the message, and on the front end, we should receive the messages. As you can see, so that's working fine. So we're able to migrate perfectly. Okay, so that's good. So we're just tidying up the architecture of our controller layer. But yeah. React query greater than Redux. I don't think that's true, but okay. Let me see. So now we want to go ahead and make sure that get messages from conversation works. Do you code for a living? Yes. I'm a programmer. But yeah. So we're able to get, actually wait, why is this not working right now? Actually, you know what I think is happening? It should be /messages. Yeah, I keep forgetting this is the new endpoint. This is the new endpoint. And if we want to get a specific message from that conversation, we'd have to pass in the ID like that. It's kind of like how it works with Discord, if you think about it. So yeah, so we'll have to migrate the previous controller later, but it's fine. Get messages from conversation. Okay. But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you all are doing well. We got a lot of people here. 48 people watching right now. But do we have 48 people talking? That's the real question. Do we have 40 people talking? That's the real question. Manny Codes, welcome to the stream. How are you? We have lots of new people here. If you're new here, you know we stream all the time, so you know, definitely consider subscribing because we'll be building more projects throughout the next couple of months when we're streaming. I thought Docker and Redux were both used for the same thing. My bad. No, Docker is something completely different than Redux. Redux is, yeah, they're two different things. Windows. What's wrong with Windows? Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna even disagree with you. I actually really hate Windows. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't like Windows at all. I mean, listen, I have a Mac, but I kind of don't really want to switch from Windows to Mac. I mean, I could use my Mac, but I've just been so used to Windows. You know, I like Windows a lot. I've done everything with Windows. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't like Windows. I actually need to reinstall Windows soon because I actually got a new SSD. Yeah, actually, you know, I would say that I should probably migrate my setup to a Mac because I've been thinking about switching from Windows to Mac for programming and then just keeping my Windows computer as a gaming machine. NestJS, it's okay for high-load applications. Well, I mean, any framework is great for high-load applications. It just depends on how you scale. And NestJS, I would say, scales very well and it has a lot of high-level architecture for you. It has a lot of high-level overload that takes care of things for you, so you don't have to worry about it underneath the hood. But if you were to do things with Express, you would probably have to end up doing things a lot from scratch. Windows is quite okay. There's WSL to do Linux. I honestly don't like Windows because of... Well, I'll just say this. Windows is very intrusive. That's all I'll say. Like, the fact that they can force you to update and force you to install Microsoft Edge and force you... not even force, like, if you go AFK for like 1 second... They'll literally detect that you are AFK and they'll try to like install an update while you're AFK, and that's just and I absolutely hate that so much. So honestly, I might actually just switch to Mac OS. But yeah, I don't know. Do you work as a full stack dev or backend? I used to work as a full stack dev when I had a software engineer job. Right now, I'm not doing software engineer. I'm actually doing something that's not software engineering. I'm actually working as a dev educator. So basically what I do is I educate people on company products and I basically teach them, you know, basically the same thing I'm doing with my YouTube channel in a sense. It's not the same exact thing, but it is very similar. So needless to say, I'm basically doing something that I really love to do. I'm not saying that I don't love doing software engineering because I absolutely loved working as a software engineer. But, you know, I'm doing something that I am very passionate of, that I've always been passionate of. So you're like a Linux guy then, but you have to set up a lot of stuff. I'm not really a Linux guy. I mean, I actually don't even like Linux that much, to be honest with you. I'm not like a Linux fanboy, but I have used Ubuntu before, and it's worked out well for me. But it's not something that I am like, you know, super fanatic over, you know. How old am I? Guess. How old would you say I am? Dev advocate or actual educator? But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I'm really happy to have you guys here. You know, our channel is growing every single day. You know, so I'm happy to see new people join the stream every single day and chatting with us. I look below 30. Well, I appreciate that. $35. Wow, man. Come on, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Come on. You don't gotta do me like that, man. 35. No, I'm not in my 30s. I am not 25 to 30. I will just say this, I am not older than 25. Which sub do you need to choose in bachelor's to become front-end developer? Are you talking about like major or what? You look hot. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am not 14. That is way too young. I am not 14. Way too young. What do I look 14? I don't think I look 14. But yeah, I would say I am not older than 25. How long you've been working as a full stack developer? Well, so as I said earlier, I was working as a software engineer for 2 years, and I switched to a dev educator role. And before that, I did an internship, and I was working on a private product for a client. So, in overall experience, I have 2 years of corporate experience in software engineering, and then before and after, I would say I have like about, give it an extra, maybe a year and a half, I'd say. I mean, I've been doing this for probably 4 years now, building projects, learning, so it's nothing new to me. Should I choose a very difficult subject in uni if I think it might be useful? It's mobile development with Java and Kotlin. Well, here's the thing though, right? Like, don't think of it as difficult or easy, because if you think of it that way, it's going to make it even harder for you, right? Because you shouldn't choose something because it's easy, and you also shouldn't avoid something because it's hard, because things in life aren't going to be easy all the time, right? So what I'm saying is, like, just because it's hard, do not avoid it. Just because it's easy, don't do it, right? Do things because you're passionate about, and when you're passionate about something, what that means is that you'll do anything that it takes to get what you want. And that's the mindset that you need. So let me continue, and then I'll reach out a little bit more. But I don't mind reading chat. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop it down, and I'll read it as I am writing my code. But basically, we're able to migrate everything to the new route, which is good. And if I want to get all the messages for this endpoint, I can certainly do so. Sir, please make tutorials on data structures. How many of you guys would love data structures videos? I actually made a few videos on linked lists before, but they're actually on my channel, but I never actually really like bothered making more of them. But maybe I'll consider. I'm not really against that idea. I'm definitely open-minded to that. But anyways, let's implement our delete messages from conversation. So what we need to do is we need the user's ID. We need the ID of the conversation, which we can just grab from here. And then we also need, I believe, the message that we want to delete. So I think the way Discord does it is that they just do this. Let me copy this route. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and do this. Let's do delete. Tchaikovsky, how are you? Welcome to the stream, Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky, how are you doing? Welcome back to the stream. I love to develop this kind of application. Only this kind of tutorials will be appreciated. I've been coding in Java like 2 years probably. Should I switch to Python or something else? Well, here's the question. Do you love Java? If you're good at Java, why switch over to Python, right? It also depends on your market too. So if your market is hiring Java developers, and if you want to work as a Java developer, definitely go for it. But if you hate Java, if you want to try something new, yeah, just switch to Python. Python and Node.js work well. Could you please add this series to a playlist? Sure, I'll add it to a playlist. I have been doing React for 3 months now. I have made 9 projects. Should I go for Next now? I also want to learn Backend. What should I do? Well, I mean, here's the thing though. If you've made 9 projects within a span of 3 months, I think that's good enough to put it on your resume to go to apply for a job if that's what you're trying to get out of it. But it also depends on the type of projects you built, right? I don't know what projects those are. But from what you're saying, you have not learned backend yet. So I'm assuming that you've only built projects that are limited to front end. So I'll definitely say yes, learn backend and then try to build a full stack app. While you actually made a DevOps story. Yeah, I have a lot of videos on my channel where I talk about DevOps stuff, like even with scalability, like load balancers and everything. Appreciate your thoughts. I can say, well, no worries, Rebecca. I appreciate you for asking the questions. But if you guys are all new here, like I said, we're an open community. We always do our best to answer questions to newcomers. If you are new here, definitely join my Discord server. The link is in the description. I would love to have you all on my Discord server and have you all chat with us. Don't be shy, right? I know it might be hard, sending that first message, but just do it. You don't have to be shy. I'm fine. Almost finished project for my portfolio. React, Zest, and Firebase. A little bit tired. Want a cup of coffee? Yeah, go get some coffee, man. Like, you need to reward yourself a little bit. I myself am not gonna get coffee because it's too early for that. I have a rule where I don't drink coffee after the first 2 hours that I wake up. Well, actually, I'll say 4 hours. What do you think about Redux Toolkit? We're actually using Redux Toolkit for this project, Dion. And welcome back to the stream. I love Redux Toolkit. It's so much better than just the old school React Redux. I've been using it for this project, and I absolutely love it. People might have their own opinion that they hate it, but you know what? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. But yeah, so let's implement this route. So we're going to basically make a delete request to this endpoint. Okay, and we want to make sure we get the ID of the conversation. So I'll call it conversation ID, and the other route parameter should be messages, or the other route parameter should be message ID. So let's parse that. Out of 9, weather app, crypto coin, to do with Firebase, quiz app. Okay, so to me it seems like you actually do have an idea of how backend APIs work because you've used Firebase before. You know how to connect to those APIs. That's good. So yeah, I would say definitely learn backend. Backend will take you to places that you've never been before. And don't limit yourself. After you learn backend, don't limit yourself. Right now, I think that you just need a little bit of advisement, and that's fine, right? Because you're a little bit, you're not sure what you want to do. And what I think you should do is 100% learn backend, because if you only limit yourself to front end, you're never going to really get the experience of what a backend developer is, right? And that's fine because you don't need to do backend, but I think even the greatest front developers need some sort of backend knowledge. It will definitely come in handy. I know nothing about coding, but your voice is soothing. Thank you, I appreciate that. How did you find the stream? Are you like a student or something, or have you been watching other programmers' videos? Where to start in backend? I would say start out with learning a web framework. Understand how APIs work. The first thing to do is learn how HTTP works. Learn what exactly that is, and learn what a server is. That's what I would say. Let's see. You just got any recommendations? Wow. I mean, do you normally watch programming videos? Because I'm interested. Like, how did you get my how did you get my channel? I mean, I'm not complaining. I don't mind. I'm just curious. Because that's a good thing, right? Like, if we're getting recommended to people who don't even watch coding videos, that's like that says something about the algorithm. As a backend developer, do I need to know some frontend too? Yes, I would say so myself. Actually, not really. In some situations, you might, like for example, how to handle pagination, but that doesn't really. Actually, no, you probably don't really need much frontend knowledge, to be honest with you. If you're a backend developer, I'm not complaining. Hey, listen, I'm not complaining. What I was saying was like I actually appreciate that. What I was saying was I actually appreciate that our videos are being recommended to new people who have never been exposed to programming before. I'm not saying that I am mad that we're getting recommended to people who don't watch programming videos, because we welcome everyone. Like, even if you're not a developer and if you just have the slightest ounce of interest in becoming a developer, yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think, is that's what I personally like about the algorithm, is that it unites people in some way, shape, or form. Do you recommend learning backend security first, then only making the REST API? I mean, you can make the API first and work on backend, but once you get to a proficient level, you can just do things in reverse order and it'll be fine. But make the API first, then configure security. Yo, what's up, Shashank? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Can we create a Discord group or something along the lines where we can all come together? Yeah, I have a Discord server. You all are welcome to join. The link is in the description. Yeah. For our Uni project, we can choose between Laravel and Django for our backend. And what do you think is better for a simple web app? I think Django is actually a lot more popular nowadays, but Laravel is also pretty nice too. I guess it just depends on like what your teammates also want to do too. But I personally would choose Django if it was up to me. If I was the leader, I would choose Django. It just showed up on my homepage if you live stream. I don't know why. Well, listen, like I'm happy. You know, we welcome everyone, and yeah, I mean, listen, like don't get me wrong, like you know, I was a little bit confused, but not in a bad way, you know, in a good way actually, because it's like you know, if our content is being recommended to people who are not like programmers, but they are interested, you know, that says something, you know. To be honest, it was luck that I met you, or maybe Destiny 3. Who knows? Maybe. Is Laravel still in demand? I think so. It just depends on the market. Yo, what's up, Justin? How are you? What's up, Justin? Django or Go? I would say. I mean, I've never used Go before, so I can't really tell you. But I've used Django before, and I think Django is nice. Okay, so let's just send this delete request. Why are you sad? What's wrong? What's going on? So yeah, there we go. There's our messages. Perfect. So now what I gotta do is I just gotta make the API request, and then we can see the IDs. Perfect. So what we gotta do is we need to go ahead and do this. And we'll need to pass in the parameters, so conversation ID, message ID, and I think user ID. I'll actually call this author ID. Actually, no, I'll do this. I'll do user ID, user.id, like that. So this will call delete message. I am sad because I don't have something. What is that something that you don't have? User ID, conversations, message ID. Okay, there we go. And what we'll do next is this. We'll go ahead and query the database. And we'll need to do a lot of checks. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that the we need to first make sure that the conversation exists. I think honestly I might end up writing some middleware to check if the conversation exists, because to always check it is actually no, I don't know if we should put that in middleware or not. What backend are you using? We're using NestJS. NestJS. So let me see. So we'll have to query the database for the conversation. Then what we'll do is we'll have to check to see if the conversation exists. We'll then need to check to see if the message exists as well. So let me see. Let's do this. We'll do a bad request instead of a 404. What is a chat application? I don't know if I should do this in the service layer or the control layer. Anson, do you work in a company? If yes, which one? I do work for a company. What do you think about low code? There's so many tools that can generate projects, but you have to understand the generated code though. Well, what do you mean by low code? What does that mean? You mean lower level code or? So if there's no conversation, we'll throw an error. And what we'll do is we'll need to obviously also delete the conversation. We'll need to check to see if the last message sent. So I also got to get the relations too. So we'll need to get the last message sent property. And then what we'll do is if conversation.lastMessageSent.id is equal to params.messageID. So basically what we're doing is we're checking to see if the last message sent is the one being deleted. Yo, what's up, Vince? How are you? Have you ever used Jira at work? Yes. I mean tools that straight up generate the front and back end. Oh, you mean like a scaffolder? I mean, I think they're great because they can set up the project for you, but I also think it's good to understand what the scaffold does because it allows you to configure things. I would say React's scaffold is actually not that hard to understand. I would say Angular is a little bit more complex than React, but it's not that complicated unless you get into the angular.json file. Okay, so if the last message sent is the one that's being deleted, then we'll have to reassign the last message sent to the second to last message and then delete it before we can actually delete the message. If it's not, we can just very easily do this. So here's what I'll do. If it's not equal, then we'll do this. If the last message sent ID is not equal to the message that we're deleting, then we'll just delete it. And that's very easy. So what we'll do is this. What's the difference between interface and type file? Well, interface, in terms of like using them as type annotation, they're relatively almost the same. But the only difference is that interface, you can implement an interface, which will define a contract between the class that is implementing the interface, which means that any abstract method, you'll need to implement the implementation in the actual class. So it's basically a contract. But I don't really like TypeScript interfaces because they're not like pure interfaces from actual object-oriented, you know? But they're okay though, because you can still use it like you can use it the same way that you'd use in Java too, which is fine. Is there a way to learn how to build these types of applications for free? I mean, there's lots of tutorials that can show you how they do it, but there's no easy way to learn it, is what I would say. Hi, my daymaker. Yo, what's up, R13Dev? Welcome to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's handle this case first. If conversation.last message sent ID is not equal to params.message ID, then what we'll do is we'll just delete the message from the database. But of course, we want to make sure the message exists first. So I think it makes sense. I think it's worth checking to see if the message does exist. So let me see. Yo, what's up, Moss? How are you? Welcome to our stream. Okay, so if it's not equal, I mean, should we? I mean, even if we were to delete it, you know, honestly, I don't really think it matters. I think the only thing that we'll need to check to see is making sure that the user ID matches the author ID. So for example, here's what we'll do. Yeah, you know what? Let's actually do this. Yeah, we do need to query the we do need to find the message first. So let's do this. Const message equals await this message repository find one. So let's do the message ID is params.message ID and then author. Is that right? Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess we don't, yeah. So I think what we need to do is we just need to query based on the author. So for example, if you see this inner join that we're doing over here, right, we can see that the author ID is over here. And if the person, yes, I think this is enough validation, because obviously if the record does not exist in the database, then they can't delete it, right? Because they can only delete their own messages, right? If the message does not exist where the author ID matches the user that's logged in, then they just cannot delete the message. So yeah, I think that should be fine. I think that should work. So let me see. So I think if we query it based on the author ID, that should be okay. So if there's no message, then we could just throw a new HTTP exception message. I don't want to say message not found, cannot delete message. And we'll send the bad request. Okay, that should work. And let's see. So if the message is not there, then we can't delete that. So this itself should be enough validation to make sure that the user is actually deleting their own messages. And we'll test this out, don't worry. And now that we know that the author is now that we know that the person deleting the message is the author, now that we know that the conversation exists, we need to check if the message that they are deleting is the last message. So if we have that message, right? So let's say, for example, if I were to query where the ID of the message is equal to number 374, something like that, right? So let's say this is the message that we queried, okay? So we would need to compare last message sent ID to the ID of the message. And you can see that right over here, that the ID of last message sent is 375. That's the ID of the message. But the ID of the message is 374. So what we'll do is if conversation.lastMessageSent.id is not equal to message.id. So if they're not equal, then we could just delete them. So what we can do is we can do await this dot conversation, or not this message repository delete, and then just pass in the message. There we go. And I can just return this, that. Now else it gets a little bit more complicated. So what we need to do is we need to get the previous message. And I think with conversation.messages, I think what we need to do is this. I think we'll get the, let me first console log conversation first. I'm trying to think real quick. Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to think real quick. Redux is an example of over-engineering, a bad example. I would tend to disagree. I quit React like a bad relationship, teams built for life. To do the if from my it's necessary to know SQL. People said that MongoDB is not relevant for most cases. What is your opinion? Zayar, I don't know if you're still here. I hope you are. But, I mean, MongoDB, it's not that it's not relevant. It's just that MongoDB was designed where you can just populate a document without having to worry about updating a bunch of different tables and having null values in those tables. And with MongoDB, like pretty much you can just have a document of key value pairs, right? You just drop it in and not have to worry about it. And when you pull those documents, you'll get your structured, well, I would say unstructured by default. Because by default, it's unstructured, but if you use a ORM, like a library, you'll tend to have like schemas and stuff, which you really should. But I honestly feel that it just can't replace MySQL, in my opinion. There's just no way. Because in any application, you're always going to end up yielding towards relational data in some shape or form. And how can you, like, and yes, you could do that with MongoDB. But at that point, it just comes to realization that SQL is literally optimized, you know? Let's see. You can use FaunaDB as a hybrid of both. If conversation, okay, so what we'll do is we'll need to get the second to last message. So that shouldn't be that hard though, because watch this. So let me just console log this real quick. Well, let me console log it over here. And what I'll do is this. So we'll call this. I don't know if that did anything. Are you planning to use WebRTC? No. I mean, we already built the WebSocket connection already. Yeah. Let's see. So what we'll do is let me look at the logs real quick. Okay, so we need to get the messages relations. So let's do that. I think that this will actually get all of the messages, which is really annoying. Is it even possible to kind of like subquery? No, I guess we're gonna have to fetch every single thing then, which is really annoying. Because we cannot delete the child record and the parent and have the parent point to that, which is not good. So yeah, we'll need to definitely 100% get the last message that was sent. I mean, yeah, there's no real easy way to do this. But I wonder if I could just limit the relations that are queried. Because for example, if I were to do this right now, you'll see that right over here, it's going to give me every single message, and that's not good. Let me see, type rm limit relation. I think we might need to use query builder actually. Let me comment this out. And let me do this const conversation equals await this conversation repository, create query builder. So let's see. So conversation. And what we'll do is we will select where ID is equal to conversation ID. And then, let's see. I think what we'll do from here, so this is going to give us the correct conversation, but then I want to do an inner join and select. And the subquery on this would basically be conversation. How did I do? Let me see. Let's see. Inner join. Conversation dot. Let me see. Inner join and select. I really gotta get good at these things. So conversation dot messages. How did I do the inner join on SQL? Oh, wait, one more time. It should be a left join. My bad. Left join and select. And we got to do it on conversations ID. So conversation.id equals messages, but okay, there we go. I have a problem on your Express course on login. It's giving me illegal arguments string undefined with bcrypt.js. I'm not sure what that error is, but if you post the full code and if you post it on the server and ping me, I can take a look at it later. Why don't you get the author from the session instead of params? I already got the author from the session already. We're passing the ID as a parameter. I don't think I make a chat app with my current knowledge. Well, I mean, at some point you'll be able to make a chat app. Give it some time. Why not use SQLize for simplicity? Because I want to use TypeORM, and I think TypeORM is way better. SR, welcome to the stream. How are you? Yo, Anson, I just recently started to do Frontend, but CS is really a nightmare. Well, the thing is, Tailwind doesn't really teach you CSS. It just teaches you how to use their library. A lot of people have the misperception thinking that they're going to be good at CSS by using Tailwind. And that's not the case. You should learn how CSS works. You should learn how web queries work. Media queries. You should learn how media queries work. You should learn how Flexbox and grids work. You should learn how all of those things work. And it will make you a better front-end developer. The thing with that is, like, you know, Tailwind is like, it's good for utilities and like preventing you from rewriting code over and over again, but it doesn't replace CSS, you know. It's like with Bootstrap. If you're only good at Bootstrap, you're not good at CSS because you're only good at just using what's available for you, and that doesn't mean you're good at CSS. So it's worth learning how CSS works, in my opinion. So what I'll do is, let's see. Yeah, I think this should work. Conversation.id is equal to message.conversation ID. So that should give us that, and then offset, skip versus offset. What's the difference? I guess we'll do the last 5 messages. Actually, hold on, wait, no. I think what I'll do is I'll order by let's see. I guess I could order by the time the message was sent. And then we can do that. So, because I don't want to skip, because what if you skip and then what if there's only 5 messages and you skip by 5, you would get nothing, and that's not correct. If you take, that doesn't skip at all. Because if you take 10, that will only give you the first 10 records. So I think what we should do is we should order the messages. I think what we should do is we should order the messages and create it at order. Order by. Am I doing this right? SQL order by. Oh wait, it should be messages. There we go. So now see how it does 541, 533. Okay, so if we order by descending, and then if we limit it to 10, I can also limit it to 5. So even if there are not enough messages, it will still give you all the records, which is good. So we can just limit it by 5 because we don't want to query everything, you know. So let me do this. How did I order? So order by message dot created at, and then we'll do desk descending order, and then this should be fine. And we're gonna call get one because we're only getting one conversation, but we are querying the messages, so that should be fine. And let's go ahead and log conversations and see what happens. Of course, it throws an error. Or let's see what's going on. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading ID. Am I not able to reference? Oh, I guess it's because we're on a different table, so we got to do equals conversation ID. So let's do that. I think this should fix this. Can I read properties of ID? What's going on? So the conversation is there, but oh wait, I know what the problem is. Wait. Well, let me go back to this. We're gonna get 1. I also forgot to limit 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now it's trying to read the ID on line 76, and I guess that's because the message does not exist. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's fine. The error being thrown is fine. What CLI do you use? I use Windows Terminal. Okay, so honestly, we can just get the 5 messages. Okay, now here's the thing, right? If the last message sent, I I guess there's another case that we have to handle too, because what if there's only one message that's being sent? And Kita Berman, welcome back to the stream. How are you? I hope you're doing well. So we'll have to handle different cases, because if the message is the last message sent, well, actually, you know, I wonder if it'd be okay if I could just do cascade. Because if I did a cascade delete, that should be fine, but... Well, actually, no, cascade wouldn't make sense, so we do have to set this to null. Okay. So, if conversation not found, throw an error. Search for the message now. If message is not found, okay, we'll throw an error, cannot delete message. And I don't know why, yeah, that's fine. But the message is found though, I believe, so, right? There is a message of ID 123. I also forgot to query by conversation. There we go, that should fix it. Because I think it actually should say cannot delete message instead. Because this message does not belong to conversation ID number 34. If we look over here, there's no conversation ID of 123. There's one, if we do 375 though, that would work. Let's do 365 because that's not the last message. So you can see that now it says cannot delete message. Even though the ID does match. That's a little bit weird. 365, conversation 34. So we're finding where ID is equal to conversation ID. Okay, so we're using all the parameters, so why would it be undefined? That doesn't make any sense. Well, that's very interesting, because we're able to... Let me show you this. Select from messages where ID equals 365 and okay, so yeah, 29, 34. Oh, I guess we're not logged in as the correct person. Yeah, that makes, yeah, there we go. That proves our point. So right now, if I look over here, let's get the auth status. Our ID is number 7. Why is author ID number 29? We don't have that many users, do we? Do we? Wait. I don't think we have 29 users. Oh, we do! Okay. But... Hold on. Let's see. Okay, I guess yeah, someone, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I guess in order for us to delete this message, we'd have to log in as the other user. So let's do that. So now if I try to do this, there you go, it gives you a 500, and that's fine because we're trying to do something else. It's saying cannot read properties of undefined, reading ID, and I think it's really talking about well, clearly the message is there, as you can see, but I think conversation last message sent, and that's fine. A reason why that's happening is because we are using Query Builder now, so we'll have to do left join and select conversation dot last message sent like this. Okay, so we'll have to do that. And now that error should go away. And so what happens is this. We know that right now in the database, we know that the last message that was sent was this message over here in the conversation. Or actually, no, it was I love coding. Okay? It was number 375. But if I try to delete number 365, which is this one over here, the author ID is going to be number 29, which is the other person, which was who we're logged in as right now. So I should be able to just delete this message without any issues, and you're going to see that that message is going to be gone. Did it delete? Oh, it seems like it didn't do anything. Did I even delete it? Wait. Yeah, if conversation.lastMessageSent.id is not equal to message ID. So the last message sent ID was 375, and the ID of the message that we're trying to delete was 365. So technically it should have deleted that without any issues. But you can clearly still see number 365 is still there, so that's a little bit weird. It's very interesting. We should be able to just delete it from... I don't know why that's not working. This condition should work fine as well. Well, actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me see what I got from the conversation. Let's do that real quick. Let's look at the logs. So conversation gave you last message sent, okay? And so the last message sent was number 375. The message that we're deleting is number 365. So the IDs are not the same. And now it says not last message deleting. And we're trying to delete message, which is this over here. I guess let me just do this ID equals message.id. Let's try that instead. ShatMX, welcome back to the stream. How are you? Okay, so did that work? Okay, now that worked. Okay, I think it's better if we just pass in the ID, because when you pass in multiple properties, every single condition needs to be met. It basically adds an and on every single additional property, which is not good. So this works. Okay, great. So let's just remove that. And now you can see that the message was deleted. If I try to send this again, it's going to say cannot delete message because that message does not exist. Okay? So deleting messages work great. So that's only the case if the message that is being sent is not the last message. Okay? So we need to make sure that if the message that's being deleted is the last message, we need to handle that. Okay, so there's two situations to this, right? So here's what we're going to do. Why not TypeScript? We are using TypeScript. So if we're deleting the last message, okay, we need to check to see if conversation.messages is, we need to check the size of this, right? Because if the size of this array is equal to, if the size of this array is equal to 1, that means that the message that we're deleting is the last message, right? And it's also the only message. Okay, so there's two cases. If conversation messages length is equal to 1, okay, then what that means is this: we need to set the conversation last message sent to null, and then we need to update the conversation. So I think we can just do await this conversation repository save conversation, and then we can delete the message. So await this message repository deletes, like that. I think that should be okay. So let me write a console log. Unless message sent is deleted. And now if the conversation.messages.length array is actually, it should be this. Wait, hold on, give me 1 second. If it is less than, wait, is my logic correct? Let me check. If it's equal to 1, but what if it was 0? What if it was 2? Then that wouldn't matter. If it was, yeah, okay, yeah. I guess, wait, is there a better way we could do this condition? Well, what if I did less than or equal, so if it's 0 or 1? Well, there's no way that it could be, if it's 0, then that means that there's no messages, so that would never make any sense. In this case, would never even, yeah, this case would never even hit. So yeah, we can just do equals 1. And now if conversation.messages.length is not equal to 1, what that means is that we are deleting the last message, but there are previous messages. So we'll have to get the second to last message before we delete it. Okay, so else we'll do this console.log. There are more than one message. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll need to get the second to last message. So that's very easy. We can do conversation.messages. So let's do this. Const new last message sent equals conversation dot messages. We'll need to get the size of the array, which we don't know what the size of the array could be. Size equals, and we'll do -1. And I really should change it to less than or equal to 1, because what if this was 0, right? But again, if it was 0, it would never hit this case. So I really think I should do less than or equal to 1, because if it, for some reason, if it is 0, then we'll just do this, right? But if it is not less than or equal to 1, so that means the size of the array is 2 or greater. That means we know that we can always just do, like, let's say if it's 2, right? 2 minus 1 will give you 1, and that'll give you the subscript. That'll give you the second to last item in the array, right? Because if the length of the array is, let's say the length of the array is 2, right? Actually, wait. No, wait. I think it should be -2, actually. Yeah, I think it should be -2, because the length, yeah, it should actually be -2. Because -1 would give you the last element, right? Because remember, arrays are 0 indexed. -2 will give you the second to last. And because we are already at the, because in this else case, we know that if we hit this else case, that means that the array has at least 2 items, right? So if the array has only 2 items, then this would give us subscript number 0. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, but I don't think it'll ever. Wait, let me see. 2 minus 2. Wait. Why is this so complicated? Hold on. If size is 2, well, actually, wait. No, wait. Hold on. Wait. If the size of the array is less than or equal to 1, then that means that the array only has 1 element or nothing. So that means we do this. If the array has more than 1 element, greater than 1, okay, we need to get the second to last element. So yes, if there's 2 messages, right, and the last message sent is the last message, right, in the array, then yes, we need to take the 0th the message at the 0th index, which yes, it will be -2. Okay, yep, that's fine. And if there's 3 elements, -2. If there's 4 elements, -2. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Yeah, so this is fine. This is correct. So now we'll get the new last message. We'll do conversation dot last message sent equals new last message, and we can just basically assign this. And that should cover that case. So let's go ahead and delete a bunch of messages. So I'll go ahead and get all the messages for conversation number 34. And here's what I'll do. No, because we're getting the second to last message that we're deleting. Okay, so right now the last message is number 375. So let's try deleting number 375. Oh yeah, you're right. I am ordering the messages. Yeah, so the first message would be in the. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Do I need to order them in descending order? Yes, I do. Yeah, so that's a little bit more annoying. That makes things a little bit more annoying. God, this became more complicated. Yeah, good thing you reminded me about that. Otherwise, this would have not worked. Yeah, I know. Let me just comment out all this stuff real quick. Okay. So yeah, we are ordering it in let's see, by dates. So I think what we need to do is, well, actually, wait, no, will this matter? No, because we're just checking. Yeah, we're just checking. Yeah, actually, wait, no, the new last message, yeah. Okay, so yeah, the new last message would just actually, the new last, okay, so okay, so the array logic will stay the same. The new last message will obviously have to differ. So if there's only one message, if it's the last message that is being deleted, okay, that's fine. If there's more than two messages, okay, instead of size minus 2, because when we query it, right, the last message is going to be the first element in the array, and the second to last message will be the second element in the array, which is going to be subscript number 1. So if there's more than, I guess we can hard code it, because we know that there's going to be 2 elements in the array at this point. So we can just grab at index number 1. So that'll give you the second to last. I guess that works. Yep. Yep, that should be fine. Okay, so let's try deleting some messages. So let's delete number 375. So we're the author, Anson. So we have to log in as Anson first in order to delete this message. Can you show the front end ones? Yeah, sure. This is what the front end looks like. Right now, the messages are a little bit messed up because we just migrated the API routes, but I'll fix that in a little bit. Let's log in. All right, so now let's go ahead and do this. Let's get all the messages. So let's delete 375. Let's delete number 375. Let me also get the conversation. So number 34. Okay, so let me also do this. Let me update this. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, so this is the last message that was sent. I really wish there was a way that you could, like, you know, move this to another tab, but it's fine. So let's go ahead and delete number 375 and see if that works. So there was no error thrown. Let's look at the logs. There are more than one message. Okay, so let's do this. So now the last message is 374. Okay, and let's query our database. We don't have message. We don't have message of ID 375 anymore, which is good. But I feel like it deleted a bunch of messages, did it? Because now I don't see. Now, like, what happened? Because what happened to all these messages? What happened to all these messages? Wait, did it delete a bunch of messages? Yeah, what happened to all those messages? No, wait, hold on. I think, wait, something happened. We did not delete those messages, did we? No, but you see how, like, all these messages, like, what happened to all of these other messages from Ibrahim? Because we did not delete, I did not delete 363, 369. I did not do that. Oh, I know what it is. I know what the problem is. You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is? we queried, right? Here's what the problem is. We queried only the last. We queried only 5 messages, right? And then we saved, so it removed all of those records. Watch this. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, that. So it deleted it, but it actually deleted all the other relations too, which is not good. So I think we have no choice but to actually query all the messages. And I think it's fine because MySQL is optimized to do this, so we don't have to really worry. Honestly. And I honestly don't think I even need this. I don't think I need this, so let me fix this a little bit. So we have to find a conversation where it's equal to conversation ID. Yo, what's up, Ace? How are you? Welcome back to the stream. Long time no see. Let's go ahead and get the relations. So let's do this. Relations should be last message sent. And we could order. Yeah, actually, do we really even need to order anymore? I don't really think it matters. Because we can just, yeah, I don't think it really matters at this point. Let me comment all of this. I'm doing good, Ace. How are you? So in work, people use Postman to test or write the test code. I mean, Postman is just a UI to make things easier to test, but yeah, people do use Postman typically to test. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so let's look at the console. Okay, so yeah, it's just gonna give you everything, and it doesn't order it, which is fine. I mean, honestly, I think we could order it, but it's gonna be a little bit annoying because we don't have access to that. We don't have access to that nested element. Like if I do messages, and then if I do created at, wouldn't work. So the only way to do it is by using a, but it's fine, honestly. I'll just do this. I don't want to change too much, so let me just uncomment this, comment this, and this should be fine. So this will give us every single message now, which I think will be problematic because, well, I mean, hold on, wait. Yeah, it will be problematic because if we wanted to save the conversation, it's going to override every single message, which is not good. Actually, you know what I think we could do? Actually, no. Actually, wait, no. I have a better idea. Hold on, I have an idea. Let's Control Z. I have a better idea. So let's keep it at limit 5. And what I'll do is instead of doing .save, so it won't really matter if there's only one message in the conversation, but instead of doing .save, we'll do .update. And the only thing that we'll do is just update last message sent to this. So update ID. Let me just do this conversation. So let's do this so we'll do an update instead. We'll do an update instead. So I think so with the update that will only override that will only override the last message sent. It won't override the other ones. Okay, that should be fine. All right, so now let's do this. Let's try deleting. Let's try deleting number 371. So 370. The last message sent was 374, so let's delete 374. Through an error. Let's see what's going on. Cannot query across one too many property messages. Why? Is it because of this? No. There are more than one message, so it's happening over here. So what we just did was we deleted a message that was not the last message, and now we're deleting a message that is the last message. Right? Yeah. And now it's complaining, cannot query across one to many. Yeah, I've actually ran into this issue before, but I can't tell if it's the update or if it's the delete. That's what I can't tell. Only way to find out now is query this again. And you can see that I think it's the update. Yeah, I think it's the update. Okay, I think we need to do this. ID equals params.conversation ID. I think it's complaining because of the messages. It's complaining about the messages. Okay. So that works now. So let's query the conversation. Last message sent has been updated. And there's only 2 messages. So now if there's only 2 messages left, right? So we're going to be in this case again. We're going to delete number 373. So that works. 372 is left. 372 is now the new... Wait, what just happened? Wait a minute. Now wait, what? Conversation ID doesn't have that property anymore. Last message sent. I guess it's because inside here... Well, there were more than one message. Wait, did I do it right? Why is it not showing the last message sent? That doesn't make any sense. Does that have to do with relation foreign key? No, it was just that we just queried the wrong thing. So there are more than one message is what was being queried over here. And what we did was we... 372, we took that, we updated that. This is just not going to work. So let's just get the conversation by ID then. Okay, so the database table doesn't... I don't know what's going on with my database table. Wait, I'm an idiot. There we go. No. I queried the wrong thing. Last message sent 372. Okay. And now... what if we delete the last message, which is the only message left, right? If it's the only message left, right? So let's go ahead and get all the conversations messages. So if we want to delete the only message left, it should go inside this case, last message sent is deleted. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete 372. And of course it throws an error. What's going on now? Yep, same thing. We got to do... Mustafa, welcome to the stream. How are you? So let me see. Now let's delete the last message. Cannot delete message. Why is that? I think it already deleted the message, but it just messed up. There we go. There we go. So yeah, we deleted all the messages. So now we should be able to create a new message. So I'm logged in as Anson right now. And I should be able to create a message on the channel. and it should update the last message. So there's no issues with that. Okay, and if I get the conversations by ID, the last message sent was updated, and you can actually see on the front end if I refresh. I love coding. It's being updated on the front end, so that's good. So yeah, that works great. So we have our delete feature working. I don't think there's any issues with that. Cool. So that's working great. So yeah, basically, if there's only 2 messages left, it'll just, well, actually, if there's only 1 message left in the array, it'll just set the last message sent to null. If there are more than 1 message in the array, that means that we'll just get the second message that's in the conversation.messages array. And any other case, we can delete the last message. We can delete the message just fine if it's not the last message. So this itself should be perfect. Perfect. And yeah, we don't need to limit. So in order to test this out, let's go ahead and do this. Let's create a bunch of messages. Let me also log in as another user. What theme is this? It's min dark. Min dark. It's pretty chill when developing when things don't work out my way. I want to Pomero. I mean, sometimes I get a little bit frustrated, but it's okay. Let's send a couple of requests. Let's get the messages. All right, so now we should be able to delete a message, and all of those messages should not be deleted, because before we were overriding all of the relations, so it deleted all of those messages because we did .save. Because when we queried conversation, we only queried 5 messages, and what we did was we overrided the conversation.messages array, so it deleted all of those. So let's go ahead and delete message number 391. If I query, we should have only 15 rows. Let's delete message number 383. Or we actually 387 because we're logged in as Ibrahim, right? If I try, let's do this. If I try to delete number 383, it should throw an error because I'm not logged in as Ibrahim. Because right now we're logged in as Ibrahim, so we can only delete messages that we sent. So let's delete number 388. 14 rows, perfect. So it's decreasing properly, and we're good. So we've pretty much handled every single case, which is good. Okay, now the last things that we'll have to do, of course, is we'll have to fire a WebSocket event, so that way the front end can also receive the event when the message has been deleted, and then we can just remove it from the UI. So right now we're only doing things from the backend perspective, but we're not doing it from a front end perspective. So we'll have to obviously fix that. Well, not fix it, but we'll have to implement that. What if I want to delete a message that is out of the 5 selected range? If you delete a message that, well, here's the thing, that the 5 selected range isn't an issue, right? Because, let me walk you through the logic again. If we're deleting a message that is not the last message sent, we just delete it, okay? What happens here is this. Actually, you know, I think, actually, let me see. Yeah. So if the message that we're deleting is not the last message that is being sent, we can just delete it, because we can do that because we have the conversation.lastMessageSent relation, and we cannot just delete it like this. Okay. So what we do is we go ahead and get all of the messages. Okay. Well, actually, you know, I see what you mean now, because if I delete it, because right now, right? Let me see. Because what if I delete, I'm trying to think, because what if I delete number 380, right? Yeah, no, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. No, it shouldn't matter, because if I delete something that is out of the range, the five, like the messages range, like these 5 elements in the message array, that's only to get the last message. That is only that, like, because this case over here deletes any message in the conversation. That is not the last message sent. This case is really to handle reassigning what the last message is for the conversation property, for the conversation.lastMessageSent property. So this case only triggers if we're deleting the last message, only the last message. So in the UI, if you're deleting the last message, you know that it's always going to be the last message that is being sent, right? The array is only to be used to get the last message. That's why we have this if condition. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, deleting any message that is not the last message will be handled right over here, right? So for example, if I were to, so right now, right, if I were to get the conversation, you can see that the last message is number 390. And we can see that in the database, it is. Okay, if I want to delete 389, I can do that. And nothing in the console will log, right? You'll see that nothing is going to be logged. Okay, there's no, this is not logged, this is not logged. It's just this case happens, and we return. Okay, this part is really only to just get the last message sent. So hopefully that makes sense. So hopefully that makes sense, Moss. Yo, what's up, cronies? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Buddy, hey, Anson, sadly missed a couple streams. No worries. No worries. Yo, Code with Dinesh, welcome to the stream. How are you? Fine, how about you? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. But yeah, so we've pretty much handled this part with deleting the messages. So let me write a commit message so we can do this. Actually, yeah. Let me do this. Implement delete message and refactor route params. And so now on the front end, we do need to fix the front end a little bit because right now the front end is not. We need to fix the front end, so I'll show you how we could do that. Because right now I can't do anything on the front end because it's using the old. It's using the old endpoint. You can see that in the console, it's going to throw an error. It's going to say 404 not found. So all we have to do is just really fix up the routes. So let's go into API.ts. And so we'll still have get conversation messages. So the endpoint instead of slash messages is just going to be slash conversations slash ID slash messages. Okay. The endpoint for creating a new message will just be slash conversations. We'll need the ID. So we'll have to fix that. I'll call this conversation ID. So it's the same way that we see it in Postman. Create a message, you just pass in the ID and then the data. And of course, we'll have to fix the data a little bit. So instead of passing the conversation ID, we just need the content. Ajit, welcome to the stream. Thank you. So now we have the conversation. Let me actually also change this to conversation ID as well. And so this will, okay, so, and if you want to get a conversation, well, actually, wait a minute. Hold on, wait. Oh wait, whoops. Get conversation messages. Oh, okay, this is only for conversation. Okay, we okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Cool. Posting message. Get conversation. Okay, good. Okay. All right, so that should fix it. So now on the front end, we should be able to. Wait, let's fix a couple things. Let's go to message panel. Comic Dev, welcome to the stream. Blessing Panda, welcome to the stream. How are you all doing today? Nice to see you all here on a Saturday. Let's go to message panel. So instead of conversation ID, we just pass in content, and we just need to pass in conversation ID like this. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, 24 Ken, welcome back to the stream. How are you doing? So we're gonna post a new message, and what else is need to be fixed? Okay, there we go. So we have our messages back. There we go. And now if I say hi, hello, perfect. Let me make sure I'm logged in as Ibrahim. I am. And let's go ahead and create a message. Front end should receive it. There we go. Perfect. All right, so now obviously we need to just hook up the feature from the front end to the back end with deleting the messages. So what I'm thinking is we can create a context menu. So when we right click on any message, it's just going to show a menu for them, and they could delete any message. I'm really good. I'm really going to be a good developer with the help of a creator like you. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Making good progress? Yup, absolutely. So right now, the next thing that we have to do is implement the context menu. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and just write a commit message. And there we go. All right, so we've pretty much implemented. Let's go to our Asana. We've implemented this part already on the back end. Now we just need to make sure that we add a context menu. So that's part of this task. So basically, if you don't know what a context menu is, it's basically the menu that pops up when you right click. So it's basically this over here. It's similar to Discord. We'll build one out. So if I right click on this message, I should see a custom one, and I should see like a delete or edit. Delete or edit. But yeah. So the context menu is a little bit. It's not really hard. It's a little bit. It is a little bit tricky though. It is a little bit tricky. Let me see. Bro's making the next Discord. Nah. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we are. Maybe we are. Let me see. So I want to implement context menu. So what we have to do is we basically have to listen to the context menu event. Let me do this. So let me see. Yeah, okay, so I know what we're gonna do. So basically every single message that we render is going to need to have this context menu event that we're listening to. So I'll show you. So let's go over to conversations, messages. So this message container item over here. Okay. Let's see. Why am I calling forum messages twice? That doesn't make any sense. 1v5 CS. What do you mean 1v5 CS? Okay, so April 1, 2018. What do you mean? Oh, Counter-Strike. Is that still on my channel? Is this still public? Is that still public? I don't know if it is. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was like 4 years ago. 4.5 years ago. I was in my dorm playing Counter-Strike and that happened and I was like, holy crap. And then people in the voice chat were like screaming and everything. They were like, yo, what the hell? I'm currently learning JS. You suggest, is it easy to learn? I wouldn't say it's easy to learn, but I would just say that I don't want to say it's easy. I would say that there are some things that you can grasp very easily, and there's some things that might be a little bit difficult. But the things that are difficult, it just requires you to just put a little bit more effort into learning it. Is that a virtual list? What virtual list? This is Min Dark is the theme. Okay, so watch this. So I'm gonna do e.prevent default because that'll prevent the default browser behavior, which means that it'll disable the default context menu, and I'm gonna write console log. How to implement virtual list by React. I'm not really sure what you mean. So watch this. Now, if I right click here, nothing's gonna happen, but if I right click here, well, actually, wait, hold on. That's interesting. Oh, I know why. Yeah, okay, wait, hold on, wait. And this is the problem with having different messages. Hold on. Because you see over here that we have this and then that. Yeah, this is really bad. So I think what we have to do is this. I think what I'll do is this. I'll probably... Yeah, I'll do this. Let's do this. Let's take this. I mean, honestly, should I just take this and just move this down here? I mean, now I'll just... You know what I'll do is I'll just do this. Context menu. And then we'll expect on context menu. And then we'll just literally do this. There we go. So now I can just do on context menu goes on menu like that. And then, yep, that should be fine. And then for message container, we'll just do it over here like this. Perfect. So now, anywhere I click, it's going to say hello. So, yep, over here, 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 over here. Everywhere that I click, perfect. Okay, so if you look at Discord, right, if I right-click someone else's message, nothing should happen. So, for example, if I go to my Discord right over here, right, if I right-click this message, well, first of all, I'm an admin. So that shouldn't even be able to do anything. If I right click, yeah, so I'm an admin. Let me see if I can find a better example. Okay, let me show you my other Discord server. There you go. So right now, if I right click, I cannot do anything. Okay, so what should happen is if we are not the original user, we should show the context menu, but we should not show the delete message. So we'll have to basically make sure that we are showing the delete and edit for the correct user, which is the authenticated user, right? So that shouldn't be the end of the world to implement. So here's what we'll do. Let's see. So yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll basically want to show a context menu. And the way that we position is going to be a little bit difficult, but I'll show you how we could do it. Okay. So we also, I think we'll also benefit from, let me see. I think we might also need to use context API to get the selected menu that has been selected. So let me think real quick. Because we want to make sure that we know what message has been selected, so we can show the context menu for the correct one. Otherwise, we're going to end up rendering a bunch of context menus, and that's not necessarily good. You definitely don't want to do that. So let me see. Okay, so how do I want to render it first off? I think what I can do is probably, let me see. This is really messy code. I think what I'll do is I'll probably define a variable in this message container called show menu, and then set show menu like a use state. So let's do that. Show menu, set show menu, use state, and by default it's going to be false. And then I think what we'll do is write down over here, I'll do something like show menu and then we'll have a context menu component where we will render the actual context menu. So I'll show you. So we'll also need to make sure that we're not showing multiple context menus, and we can fix that by just making sure that only one menu is selected at one point. So because if we don't, right, it's going to be problematic. So we'll need a context to ensure that. Only one context menu is shown all the time. So let me do this. Let me create a component right now. Let me show you. So let me go into utils styles over here. Let's go over here and let's go ahead and do export const context menu style.div. And basically what we'll do is we'll add a border radius to this. We'll add box sizing because we'll have padding. We'll position this absolute because we need to make sure that the position of this context menu is everywhere on the screen that the user right clicks, or anywhere on the screen that the user right clicks. We'll set the width of this to be maybe 200 pixels. The background color, I'll probably just do a black color for now, or a dark color. Okay, and then we'll need to set the top and the left. So we'll need to get the user's we'll need to get the coordinates where the user right-clicked. So that shouldn't be hard. So let me just do this real quick. Let me create a type, and I'll just call this context menu props. And the only props that we'll take in are top and left. And now basically represents actually I should call it X and Y instead, because it's really an X and Y coordinate. But the reason why I'm calling it top and left, because that's what we're going to be using to align the values, to align where the context menu will live on the screen. But this should be fine. So okay, and yeah, so let's just go ahead and set a height. Do I want to set a height for this? No, I don't want to set a height for this. Do I want some padding? I should have some padding. But for now, let's just render the context menu real quick. So let's just pretend that our context menu is right over here. Okay. And if we look at our code, let's see. We don't have anything. That's fine. Let's do this. There you go. So you have an unordered list. So this is kind of what it would look like. I'll show you a preview. Delete. Edit. And now it will look like this, for example, when we right click. Okay? But of course we only want to show it when we right click. Okay? So what we need to do, well, first off, let's actually position it correctly. So let's go back into our index.tsx file inside the styles folder. And what I'll do is I will type annotate this with context menu props. Okay, and then what we need to do is we need to set the top, and we need to set this. So I'll show you. So let's get the props. So props. And we'll use the CSS function from style components, because we're going to set two properties. Top is going to be props.top, and it's going to be in pixels like that because it's a number. Left will be props.left, pixels like that. So that will set the CSS for us for the position of where we want the context menu to live on the screen. And now for context menu, we have to pass in top, and now we need to get the coordinates of where the user right clicked. Now how do we do that? Well, that's actually not that hard. Okay, so what we need to do is this. Whenever the user right clicks, right, it's going to open up the context menu, but because we're disabling it, it'll just execute the rest of the logic in here. Okay, from there, what we can do is we can basically reference E, which is the event, and we can go ahead and reference page X and page Y to get the coordinates. So page X is going to be the X coordinate, page Y is going to be the Y coordinate. So what I'll do is I'll create another state variable called points, and then what the setter will be called set points, and then we'll call use state, and I'll set the default value to X0, Y0 like this. And so whenever we right click, so we'll toggle the context menu, we'll just update the points, and I'll set X to be e.pageX, Y to be e.pagey, like that, just like that. Okay, and then we'll also need to set the menu, set show menu to true. So let's do that. Okay, and so this will actually give us the coordinates. So let me show you this real quick. So let's go down here. Let's pass in for top. We're going to go ahead and pass in points.y, and then for left we'll pass in points.x, like that. Okay, because the reason why we're passing in points.y for top is because y is the y coordinate, right? And we need to figure out what the y coordinate is, because that's how far from the top we want to set the context menu to be on the screen. And for left, it's going to be points.x because that's horizontal, and that's how far from the left we want it to be set. Hey, would you recommend Tailwind to get the CSS closer to the JS? I'm not really sure if that's. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. But let's do this. Let's do show. So now, right now, if I refresh, If I right click, it's going to show the menu. Oh crap. Let's see what's going on. Seems like we have a little bit of an error. Let's see. Interesting. Let me double check everything real quick. Let me see. Position absolute, width 200. Top, props.top. Left. I think I know what the issue is. I think it's because of this layout, I think it's because of this layout, I think. If I were to guess. Let me subtract 400 pixels. Or wait, hold on. The context menu is inside message container style. And message container style, let's set position relative. 0 and 0 wouldn't do it because that's going to go ahead and set it to the top, and that's going to set all in the top corner, which is not what we want to do. It's 100% likely because of these. I think I know what the issue is. Hold on. So let me go ahead and look at the sidebar real quick. And let me go ahead and look at the header. If I click this, right, I think that's only 100 pixels shifted down. So I think sidebar width was what, 400. Okay, so let's do this. For top, we'll do -100. Okay, and for left, let's -400. There we go. Yeah, so the reason why, it's because of our layout. The layout is, yeah, this is really not good. So I don't want to do it this way because this is hard coding it. So let me see if I could do something better. So we're setting the context menu. So the message container style is not even the root. Let's go to message container. And what is, let's see, message container is being rendered where? It's being rendered under message panel. So I think message panel style is the thing that we need to modify. But I think message panel style, yeah, but we have position set to relative already though. So the context menu should work fine. Because the context menu is a wrapper of message container style. Message container style, and we have relative over there already. It's likely because of the parent of message container style, but it doesn't make any sense because why should that be affected? You know, that doesn't really make any sense to me. Because message container style, the parent of that is message panel style. Message panel header. Oh, why don't I do this? What if I did this? How would that affect that? Yeah, that would change this. What if I did style 100%? Would this break our code? Let me just make sure it doesn't break it. Okay, good. It's not going to break it. Okay, now what if I set this to position relative? So that itself doesn't even want to fix it too. Now, if I remove the header, the context menu will stay at the correct Y coordinate. But again, it's because of the left panel But I don't understand why that would be the problem though, because the context menu is inside, right? So why should that even be a problem? You know what I mean? That's what I'm confused about, because we have parent relevant, or we have position relative, and the context menu is a parent, is a child of that parent. So watch this. So you have this message, all these messages, and you have this class, and it's a, you have position relative. Is it because we are using, let's see, position? I think it's because we're using Flexbox, I think. Are you a Filipino programmer? No, I'm not Filipino. Kind of just like seeing what I can do. What is your typing speed? I think it's like 100, 110, I think. Yeah, it's 100% because of this header as well as the sidebar. It's 100% because of that. No, fixed wouldn't do anything. Oh, really? That's weird. You're absolutely right. Fix does work. I shouldn't have doubted you. But I feel like that'd be weird though if we were scrolling. Because like, what if I were to scroll? You see what I mean? Like, if I scroll, that would be a problem. And that's what we don't want. Because if I do this... I mean, how does it work on Discord? Okay, so... Yeah, actually, you know what? That's fine. Yeah, actually, you know what? Fix is fine. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Alejandro. Sorry about that. Yeah, because I'm looking at Discord, and Discord is the same thing. When you scroll, yeah, I guess we could use fixed. It's still a pain though because of the way that we have our layout. Honestly, I'm gonna have to like refactor our layout somehow if we have time. But anyways, so yeah, thanks Alejandro for that suggestion. I appreciate it, and sorry for doubting you. Okay, so what we're gonna do is in Telegram, when context menu is open, you cannot scroll. Yeah, it just depends on implementation. Like for example, on Discord, when you open the context menu, you can scroll. So let's do this. Let's also close the context menu as well. So I'll show you how we can do that. So what we need to do is this. Whenever we click, we need to hide the context menu. So I think what we'll do is const use effect. Let's do this const handle click. So when we click, we'll go ahead and set show menu to false. We'll add an event listener. We'll add it on the click, and then we'll just call handle click. And then when we unrender the component, we will remove the event listener. Like that. So now if I do this, it'll disappear. So you must make it so that they can select an item. Okay, that's what we'll do. So if I select it here, it'll delete, edit, perfect. Perfect, so that will close it. Okay, good. So now the thing is, how do we know which context menu that is open belongs to the correct message, right? For example, if I right click this, how do we know this is the correct message that is being selected from the context menu? How do we know that? Well, what we can do is we can actually use the context. We can use context, or we can use Redux, but I think it's good to use both. But let's use context. So what we could do is whenever we right click a message, we can update the context, and we can basically say, hey, this is the menu, this is the currently selected item for the context menu. So that way we know what the actual message that was being right clicked is. If we don't do that, there's no way that we can get the ID or anything like that. React really looks like a disgusting mess. What makes you say that? You should make the project private and release it as a chat app to the internet. Nah, I'm good. I don't plan on releasing this app to the public. I just want to build it for fun. Give me 1 second. Let me see. So I think what we'll do is this. Whenever we right click, we'll go ahead and update some state variable. There's people on Twitch chat that does Leco for fun. Yeah. I'm Suvaska. Welcome to the stream. I think what you want to achieve, you should use React portals to make the context absolute to the party, and so stay on the screen with you scroll. Let me see. Yeah, honestly, I think when we right click, we'll update the context, but the thing is, like, I guess we'll call on context menu, but just want to hop in and say I really appreciate you for putting out so many tutorials and doing so many insane live streams and so much. Thank you, Wasif, for saying that. I really appreciate that. Because right now the menu's closest relative parent is the panel container. Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Right now I'm worried about the context menu and how we can get the correct message that was selected. So what I want to do is this. There has to be a way that we can do this. I wish I joined from the beginning. I mean, you can always rewatch the previous live streams. You can always rewatch the previous live streams. Yo, what's up, Lassie? How are you? I don't know if I mispronounced your name again. Right now I'm busy with uni, so comp sci that I barely have time to work on web dev stuff, but hanging on a chat while doing my homework, such a vibe. Well, listen, I'm happy that you're here right now chatting with all of us. Not so good these days. What's wrong? What's making you feel bad? Yo, Dash Codes, how's it going? I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing good. How about you? Okay. Honestly, I think I'm gonna have to figure out this context because I could just call this function, and but yeah. But I want to make sure I set the correct user. Broke with my GIF yesterday. That's good. Damn, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. I hope all is well with you, and I know that the most important thing is at least you still have yourself. And right now it might seem really difficult, but you will get through it. Time is your best friend. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. Pass the ideas in arg. Yeah, I could, but then again, that would be like, okay, we're now using. I mean, is it good to pass the event? Like, is it okay to do that? I don't even know if it is. Cause like, I want to pass the ID of the item. That's fine. So what I think I'll do is I'll set the context. So that way, when we click on edit and when we click on delete, we'll know what message is being clicked on. So for example, right over here, we'll need to update some state, right? So we'll create a context for this. Louis Tricks, I do remember you actually. It's been a while. You were from Denmark, right? Was it Denmark? Denmark? Did I get that correct? Denmark? Sweden. Very close. Yeah, how are you? This planet, how's it going? Do you remember me? I changed my before my name. I changed my before my name was Mr. Dev. Are you asking me or are you asking Louis Tricks? Mr. Dev? I mean, I actually recognize your name as Lassie, but I don't really recall Mr. Dev. Well, actually, wait, Mr. Dev, wait. Were you? Wait. Oh, no, actually, never mind. I think I may have gotten the wrong person. I don't think I recall Mr. Dev. Maybe I. It sounds so familiar. I can't remember. Mr. Dev. Were you ever on my Discord server? Actually, no. That's I'm thinking about the wrong person. Can you go on live server so I can see what it looks like so far? Yeah, give me a second. Oh, okay. I think I might remember that Mr. Dev name. I think. If you give me a couple of videos that you commented on, I'll probably remember. I think, I'm not sure. Diogo, welcome to the stream. Can you tell me more about NestJS? Well, NestJS is just a backend web framework that allows you to build powerful applications. It has a lot of packages that do things for you out of the box, so you don't have to configure it, but you still have flexibility to configure Express middleware in your Nest app, though, because NestJS is built on top of Express. Okay, so I think what I'll do is this. I'll actually put the provider here because give me a second. And NestJS, like, you also have like so many features, like, and it's just structured too. So instead of writing like an app from scratch using Express and then manually setting, you know, all the file system and everything, NestJS does that for you. Yeah, I always say Nest is the Spring Boot of Node.js. That's what I always tell everyone, and honestly, it's kind of true, and it's less annoying than Spring, is what I always say. And the NestJS docs are amazing. The Spring Boot docs are horrible compared to the NestJS docs, in my opinion. Okay, so I think what we'll do is this. Let's go over here. Let's go back to our context. Can you try to say, what does that mean? I don't know how to pronounce the O with a slash, to be honest with you, because I've never learned Danish before. What does that mean though? Why would you export a const? Well, you mean why would you export a variable? Well, basically, you would export a variable because you want to be able to use that variable somewhere else in your code. Or you want to be able to reference that variable somewhere else in your code. That's the reason why. You can kind of think of it like a global variable, you know. You kind of think of it like that. Okay, what's going on? All right, there we go. What's going on over here? Yeah, I guess we'll just type into this. There we go. Any tips learning JS? How I'm learning is doing min projects and reading forums. Yeah, I mean, there's also websites too. Like, for example, follow Code Academy or Free Code Camp, or follow a video on YouTube, and that way it'll expose you to all the features that JavaScript or any language has. And then what you can do is you can literally just practice by building something from scratch. And something small, doesn't have to be anything complicated, just something that will like get you to understand what is going on. Okay, so now when I right click, what I should do is set message. And what I'll do is, let's see, somewhere, I'll do this over here. Okay, so let's select, let me refresh. There you go. So it's being displayed up top there. Okay, so we're able to select the correct message, which is good. There you go. Perfect. So that works. So that will allow us to know which message we're working with. So now, if I do click on delete or edit, then something could happen. Okay? So what I'll do is this. I'm actually going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to create a component. I'll call this context menus. Selected. And I'll actually just take this and put this inside here. So export cons selected. And I'm going to take context menu and I'm actually going to rename this to context menu style. And we'll return like that. And then we'll need to pass in the points. So don't worry about that. We will do that in a second. For type props points x number y. So we'll need that. Okay. We'll destructure the points, so let's just copy this, move that there, copy this, move that there, and then what we'll do is we will render there we go. So that should be better. Let's go on with our code. Let's go up here. Let's remove that. So now if I refresh, perfect. Okay. So now inside this component, we can just very easily get the context, and we can very easily just use that to perform the actions. So before I do anything else, I will style this up a little bit. So what I'll do is I'll go inside context menu style, and I'll just go ahead and set the style over like this. So what I'll do is I'll do UL, okay, and basically I want to basically style the list, the unordered list is what I'll do. So let me show you. So we'll do UL, let's do list style type none, style get rid of the bullet points, okay. Let's add no margin, okay. Let's go ahead and do this. I'll also do this ULI because right now there's like some margin over here, I think, for the item elements. So let me do margin 0, padding 0. I want to remove every single piece of padding. There we go. We'll set our own padding, so don't worry. So we actually don't even need to do anything with that for now. At least not for now. Let's leave this alone. Okay. So now what I'll do is this. So what I'll do is when I hover over, I want to change the background color. So let's do rely on hover, cursor pointer. You can see the cursor changes. We'll change the background color to maybe a darker color. So let's do, I actually want to change the color of the context menu a little bit too. Okay, there we go, and we'll add some padding, of course. So let's do padding. Let's do maybe 10 pixels. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Can users also delete messages? Yeah, that's actually what we worked on earlier. So before you actually came in, we were actually building the API to delete messages. And then now we're making it so that it works from the front end. We already have the delete feature working already. We're just connecting it from the front end. And then I guess tomorrow we'll implement edit message as well. So that way users can edit their messages. So I guess we'll add some padding for the item itself. Let's do 12 pixels. There we go. And if I click on this, the delete action should happen. If I click on this, the edit action should happen. Now with edit, we'll basically need to go into the DOM, and then we'll need to replace the message component with an input component. But this is what it looks like. And of course, we can add, you know, icons too. Can you make so there's a border on it? I could. I was thinking about adding a box shadow, but I'm not really too concerned about the style right now, honestly. I only just want to make sure that the feature works first before we focus on styling. I'll also add a border radius too. I want to add more padding too. So we'll do maybe 14 pixels top, bottom, 16 pixels left and right. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. Okay. Can you make an emoji thing in the message field? Not right now. We'll do that later. Because right now that's not really too important, but it's a consideration that because I have Asana now, so I can just basically add a bunch of stuff. As you can see, I have a few things over here, but we'll add that later though. Don't worry. Well, I think maybe tomorrow, or maybe I don't know, like, cause like I think maybe next time I'll probably like fucking add. Oh, why did I swear for no reason? Excuse me. I meant to say I think what I'll do is I'll add attachments. Are Nest WebSockets better than Next WebSockets? I've never used Next WebSockets before. Nest only offers utility. You need to install the actual WebSocket server. I mean, NestJS allows you to actually set up a Socket.io server. So you don't need to install like another WebSocket server. It has it out of the box for you. It just wraps the Socket.io server for you. Unless you mean something else. How long you been coding for? Do you mean today or like in general? Because WebSockets don't work in Next. Really. I mean, okay, are you talking about like a domain? Because I think it's not Next. It's likely to do with your web server. It's likely to do with how you configured your Apache web server or your Nginx web server, is my guess. Because it's a little bit weird to configure WebSockets in production, because you need to basically upgrade the connection. Because I think what happens is that Nginx needs to upgrade the connection from HTTP to WebSocket. I remember having issues with that before, but I don't know what you mean by prod. Like, do you mean like deploying it on? Oh, okay, you mean actual prod, like when you run the prod script. Well, that's actually really dumb, because like, why would they allow only WebSockets to work in production? That doesn't make any sense. In general, I've been actively coding projects for maybe three years, and I started learning 6 years ago. Which language do you use for web services? TypeScript, NestJS, TypeScript. Okay, so now what it will do is this. I think we're good with the WebSocket. Well, not WebSocket, the context menu. So now inside the context menu, what I'll do is this. I mean, since I'm not gonna prop troll anymore. I'll just do this const message context message context. Okay, and then what I'll do is this. When we click on delete, so watch this. So right now, let me go to my console. What do you think about Vite? I don't think anything about it. I've never used it before, so I don't really know much about Vite. Anyway, so right now, if I try to right click, if I click delete, you see how it says delete message 321, delete message 318, delete message 321. Perfect. So our thing is actually working. Perfect. So now all we have to do is just call the API and actually delete the message. So that's what we'll do. So let's create an endpoint, or not endpoint, let's create a function that will call the endpoint. So export const delete convert delete. We'll just call it delete message. And what we'll need the conversation ID as well as the message ID. So we can very easily get the conversation ID. I think I'll just call use params again. So what we'll do is we'll take in, I guess let me do this. Conversation ID number message ID number, and we'll do axios.delete, and then we'll call the API URL. So the endpoint is going to be /conversations, the conversation ID as the route parameter, /messages, the message ID as a route parameter. And that's what we implemented in Postman, or not Postman, on Nest earlier. And we tested with Postman like this. Okay? So what we'll do is we'll just call this function. And I mean, you know, actually wait, we're gonna actually use Redux. I keep forgetting that we are using Redux, because we're going to use Redux. We're going to use Redux to delete, and then so I think what we'll do is this. Let's go into Redux. Let's go to store message slice. It's because we're going to need to remove the message from the local state array. Good man, welcome to the stream. Have you done a series on auth from scratch in Next React? No, I don't think so. I think it would be really helpful since the Next auth package is not very. Yeah, that's the thing I don't like about the Next auth package, is because it's like it's so fixated. You know, I'm actually thinking about using NestJS with auth 0 in another stream. Can I hire you to teach me how to create software application? Why don't you send me a message on Discord and we can make it work? My Discord is Anson0003. I'm the owner of my own Discord server, so you can very easily find me. So send me a message and, you know, we can work something out. Let me see, where's my Discord? Yeah, I'll zoom in. Give me 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into our conversation message. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and create a thunk. So export const delete message thunk, create async thunk, and this will be called messages/delete. And it's going to need the two parameters, conversation ID number, message ID number, return delete message, and you just pass in those parameters. So conversation ID goes here, message ID goes there. What is going on here? I think we're only allowed to pass in. Yeah, I think we're only allowed to. Oh, okay, that's fine. I know what we got to do. You know what? I'll do this instead. Let me go into utils types, and let's do this. export type, delete message params, conversation ID. Yeah, I didn't realize that, so let's do params. Here we go, and then I guess we'll just pass it as params, and we'll modify this to be params. Yo, what's up? No game but game. How are you? No name but game. How are you? And I'll just destructure this. And so now what we got to do is we got to go ahead and dispatch this thunk to actually delete the message, and then we'll handle the message deletion by creating an extra reducer. So we'll go into let's see. No Marek. Yeah, where has Marek been? I haven't seen him, but hope he's doing well. Roko2419, welcome to the stream. Pravesh, welcome to the stream. Lots of new people here. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. If you're new here, we do lots of streams. We're going to be streaming a new application creation tomorrow. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I really appreciate you all for stopping by. I have a month before my college starts. What should I do? Any suggestions for web dev? I mean, I don't know, like, what you've learned already. Like, what do you know already? Fire Planet, welcome to the stream. We got 52 people here. We got 52 people watching the stream. If you're new here, you know, don't be shy. Say hello. We don't bite. Say hello. Don't worry. Did I send the wrong Discord server? Oh, I think I may have sent the wrong Discord server link. Yeah, if you're new here, make sure you join the Discord server as well. Let me send you guys the link. There you go. Link to Discord. Maya, no you're not. I've seen you here before. Yo, we got so many people chatting. We got I don't know how to read your name, but I know your name is Chinese, but I don't know how to read your name. Jimmy Shukuro, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. What's going on, Fire Planet? What's going on, Dream Queen? What's going on, Vibhav Kumar, Burkay, 4153, welcome to the stream. Set up Nightbot. I should set up Nightbot. You know what? I think I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that when I get off stream. Thanks for following me on Twitch, whoever that was, Justice221. Please upload this live. Yes, all of my live streams are going to be archived, so you'll be able to see it as an upload on my channel, so don't worry. You'll be able to see it. Accounts, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Where am I from? I am from America. Do you use TypeScript? I do use TypeScript. I'm doing good, thank you. And thank you for stopping by our stream. We're getting people following our Twitch. But yeah, like, if you guys are interested in streams where we build projects from scratch, that's what we're doing here. That's what this channel is going to be focusing on. So my channel basically focuses on uploading YouTube tutorials as well as creating live streams and building projects from scratch. So showcase what you can do. Did you fix edit message and delete? If you're talking about the context menu, yes. So now what we have to do is we have to dispatch the action when we actually delete the message. So I'll do that in a second. I've been following your Twitch for 2 years. Wow. True Nightbot will help these FAQ. Yeah, I'll set up Nightbot. I got you. I think Nightbot will be a lot. Does Nightbot have moderation? Because I definitely need moderators in my chat. Bro, your Discord JS version 4 series is the only one that worked for me. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I'm happy to hear that. What are you planning? Is this also a project one-on-one chat or group chat? So it's only working with one-on-one. We haven't implemented a group chat yet. Do mod apps, I'll apply. Yeah, I might need some mod apps, but I need to figure out, I need to like figure out like what my stream schedule is going to be because I want to be consistent. I love your Java tutorial. Thank you. With Discord bots. I'm glad I'm glad people liked it, I'm glad people like the Java tutorials. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and don't worry, this time I will mute my mic. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Are you using refresh tokens, or will the user just have to sign back in? Yeah, we're not using any refresh tokens because we're only doing just regular authentication, local authentication, no OAuth 2, so no refresh tokens. But even if we were using OAuth 2, yes, we would have to use refresh tokens. That is correct. How is everyone doing? Yeah, how is everyone doing? Can you start a course on React, beginners to advanced? I actually already have a course on React that I made last year, I think, but I don't think React videos are really that popular on my channel, to be honest. But eventually I'll end up making a new React course though, so it's fine. On Twitch and YouTube, there's way many people doing JSTS, need more people in Java. Are you planning on adding group chat? I was thinking about the schema for the database and how that would work, and I actually figured it out, so that should be fine. I'll probably add that at the later stage though. On Twitch and YouTube, there's ways to, many people doing JSTS, need more people in Java. True. Threads in the project, yeah, maybe for later on. Okay, so let me go ahead and do this real quick. Let me go ahead and use the dispatch. So const dispatch equals use dispatch, and then we're gonna do app dispatch. There we go. And now I can go ahead and do this. I can do this. Is Java still popular in the United States? Yes, it is. 100%. You know, maybe next time what I'll do is I'll set up my stream so that way I can have my chat on the right hand side and I can have my code on here, so that way you all can see the chat, because I feel like having the chat is way nicer too. Conversation ID, and then message ID is equal to message.id. So what I'll do is this: if no message, return. Oh wait, it's delete message thunk. Here we go. There we go. All right, perfect. So that'll dispatch this thunk. Okay. And then what will happen is, it'll basically call that API and delete the message. So watch this. So let's pay close attention to our logs, and what we'll do is I'll delete this message. Now it gives us a 500. Let's see what's going on. Cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. Interesting. Interesting. So we have the message ID. That's interesting. API 18 messages 324. So why would it complain? It's complaining message.controller.55. Let's go to line 55. And let's see what's going on. Messages controller line 55. Okay, so apparently user.id. So are we not authenticated? I think our session expired. I think. Oh, I know why. I know why. In the API call, I did not pass config. We need to pass config because right now we're sending a request and the server does not have the cookie, so we don't know who we are. So the server doesn't know who we are. What's your stack for production? React, NestJS, MySQL. Yeah, pretty good stack for me. Are you gonna add video chat to this project? Probably not. Is Elixir Phoenix popular in USA? I'm not sure what Elixir Phoenix is. Just go there and generate a link and add it as a browser source. Okay, so now this delete message feature should work. Do you use Redux in most of your projects? Not really. You know, actually, I have tried using Redux one time for one of my large projects that I was building for a client. But it was just really annoying, and I just decided not to migrate to Redux. But I have used it before, and this is actually the first project where I've just went through and decided, you know what, screw it. We're using Redux. I don't care. Tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to build a new project. We're going to be building an e-commerce, and I think what we'll be doing with that is we're going to make it so that you can use Stripe to receive payments. So we'll be building something like that tomorrow, and we'll have like a cart system either tomorrow or this weekday. We'll see what happens. Have you tried Zusin? I have. I am not a fan of it. I mean, I like the simplicity of it, but I honestly prefer Redux a lot better. So let me delete this message. It's giving us a 400. And why is it giving us a 400? Let's see. Zusin is another state management library. Okay, so it's saying undefined, but where is it being undefined? Let's find out. Let's go to our backend. Okay, so user.id is defined. Let's go to this implementation. Params are being logged. Okay, 718.324. Okay. So we're logging message. So I guess it's saying the message is not found. Oh yeah, because I cannot delete Aaron's message. That makes sense. Okay, so this is another thing that I need to do, is we need to make it so that if I am not the creator of the message, if I'm not the creator of the message, I cannot delete it. So we'll have to fix that on the front end real quick. So let me just do that real quick. So this delete should only be rendered if we are. I mean, we could also use array to get all the. But for now, I'll just do this. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Death2? How are you? Welcome to the stream. So for now, I'll just do it this way, but later we'll make it more dynamic, because we will have more. We will have more actions in our row later, so we'll just do user.id. So if this is equal, then we'll render out the delete. For now, we'll do this. And now you see it only says edit, but of course we're going to want to do the same thing. Let me just ban this user real quick. And of course, we'll do the same thing for edit. But later on, I'll create like a function that will return all of the valid actions for the user. So for now, we will leave it like this. But later on, we'll fix it. Don't worry. But of course, we'll have like default actions too. But yeah, so you can see over here, now we can delete it. So watch this. Delete. And the backend should have deleted the message. So I don't know what message I deleted. Yeah, I think, okay, so let's delete yo. Def2, welcome to the stream. How are you? Oh yeah, I already said that already. I'm doing pretty good. Struggling a little bit because I'm making a Minecraft mod loader and I need to write the whole launcher up from scratch. Wow. That sounds like a lot, but I wish you the best of luck with that project. So I can delete this message and I can refresh. So we can delete messages, perfect, but we cannot delete these messages. Perfect. Okay, so now the last thing that we'll need to do is, of course, synchronize it. So let me just make a commit. Let me just do this. Okay. And so what I'll do is whenever we delete the message, right, we'll need to fire an event. So I think, let me check what happens. So this returns a delete result. This doesn't really do anything. Yeah, so if an error happens, yeah, so let's do this. And the only thing that we'll really need to pass is the message ID, I guess. I guess we'll also pass the conversation ID as well, in case we need it. And what we need to do is we need to emit an event for both users. So actually, this is going to be a little bit difficult because, yeah, actually, no, this is actually really hard now that I think about it, the way that we're implementing things. Because we're deleting a message from a room, right? But we don't know who the users we don't know who the users are. I mean, I guess we could do it this way. We could literally just pass in the user ID like this, right? And then I guess what we could do, and again, this is a really bootlegged way of doing it, because now we have to emit the event. Yeah, I really got to learn about rooms in WebSocket, but this is a really bootlegged way. On event, message.delete. So what I can do is I'll have the conversation ID, but we don't really have anything else. And so now the problem here is that we don't know what the conversation, we don't know who the two recipients are, right? Because we need to make sure that we emit the event for every single user. For the author, which is really easy because we can very easily get the user. So I guess what we could do is we could just get the conversation from the database and get the recipient. And I guess that should work. Or get the other ending user. So what I'll do is this. I will go ahead and do this. So for now, let's just emit the event for the user. And then we'll do if user socket. User socket. Hey Anson, did you ever lube your keyboard? I have not. Off topic, but do you know something about Ukraine? Isn't it going to be better to use TCP for messages if you're going to scale this project? I personally don't know. I've never built a chat app before, so I can't really answer that question with confidence. I don't know anything about Ukraine. Because you can build with Electron for desktop and embed into React. No, is this only a web app? For now, it's only a web app. What stack are you using for the next project? For the next project, I'll probably be using NestJS again. Unless, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys want to see something different? Because, like, I feel like most of my viewers are TypeScript, JavaScript developers. So I'd like to keep with TypeScript. But I'm always open to learning new things. Twitch uses TCP for their chat. Oh, cool. Have you tried the T3 stack? No, what is that? Twitch RPC. So here's what I'll do. Let me go into the React app now, and then we'll go into, let's do this. Wow, the chat is going so fast that I thought we had like another spammer flooding our chat again. I've never heard of some of these. TRPC Tailwind Next Prisma. Is that for real-time apps? Hello, Mr. Anson. Am I in your Discord? How can I talk into Discord? You're in the Discord, right? Make sure you join the Discord first, and then once you react to one of the messages, you can then it'll give you access to the server. Try implementing something with TRPC in your next project. What is TRPC though? Is it Twitch RPC? Type safe APIs. Okay. So let me open up the console, and now let's refresh, and let's try deleting some messages. And now you're going to see that it says message deleted. So we're getting the event from the API. And then we'll do socket off on message delete. And then for now, I guess we'll just create another reducer to delete the message. But we'll also need to check to see if the message is the last message sent on the front end as well. So we did it on the back end. We also have to do it on the front. Actually, no. You know that wouldn't really matter actually, because the front end is already being rendered, dynamic rendered, so it should be fine. The only issue is that though, yeah, if the conversation, that last message sent, yeah, that's actually problematic. So let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Let me go over to conversation. So let me go to the message slice, and we'll go ahead and add a case for remove message or delete message. Actually, you know what I think would be better? Yeah, actually, I think the front end user should not receive the event. The person that's deleting the message should not receive the event. I think what should happen is the person the other person that's connected should receive the event. So we'll leave this here, but I also forgot, and let me also add this again as well. Okay, and so the person that is the person that's on the other end should receive the event, not the person that is deleting the message. So let me see. So let's handle the case first. So let's go here. Yo, what's up, Mahak? How are you? Welcome to the stream. And so what we'll do here is we'll pass in the callback function, state action. And basically when the message has been deleted, we just want to remove it from the state. Although actually if I do it when it's fulfilled, it is a little bit difficult, and the reason why it is because actually no, it's not. I could just go back to the API and I could just literally return status deleted, and I could return the conversation ID as well as the message ID. So I'll just do that, and then yeah, that should be fine. So we'll go to types, and I'll just go ahead and do this. And it'll just be the same exact thing as this. And so now what we do is for action, or actually let me do this. Let me go into api.ts, and let me go ahead and type annotate this. Let me type annotate that. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get state.messages. We need to find the correct array. So const conversation messages equals state.messages.find. And then we'll do cm.id is equal to action.payload.data. And so what we'll do next is we'll go through conversation messages. We'll reference messages. And then what we'll do is we'll basically find the message that was deleted and just remove from the array. So find index. And we'll do if message. We'll do this. Actually, wait. And I think it returns -1 otherwise. But is -1 falsy though? Is -1 considered falsy? Let me see. So -1 is technically considered truthy, but if I do 0, yeah, so -1 is technically considered falsy, so that's not good. So I think what I'll do is if message index is not equal to -1, what I'll do is I'll do conversation messages dot, and then I guess I'll do splice. Start at message index, delete 1. Why is your GitHub sty? Because that's just my name. So let's see. I'm the first time to use Discord, so I don't know how to use it. I have something to talk privately. Mark Lent, what's your name on Discord? Mark Lent, what's your name on Discord? Wait, why is this returning? Oh, okay. So we'll splice it and then I think this might work. Let me try. Codex, welcome to the stream. How are you? Oh, it actually works. Wow. And obviously I can delete this, but I can delete this message. I can delete this. There we go. Our delete function works. Of course, if the other user, Aaron, was logged in, they would not be receiving the event. So what we need to do is we need to make it so that they do receive the event. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me log in an incognito browser. And let me log in as Aaron, the developer. Now you'll see that, let's do this. Aaron@gmail.com. There we go. So now, because we're logged in, we can delete the message. But you see it right over here, when I delete the message, I don't get the event. So for now, we'll just do it this way. We'll get the user, user from the database, and then we'll emit the event for them if they are connected. Because right now, we really should be using rooms, to be honest, because I feel like rooms would just be so much easier. But I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure that out some other time, because the reason why it's complicated is because we're not receiving this handle connection event for some reason. Actually, you know what? I think I know what we could do, but yeah, I know about broadcast, but I'm saying that we need to actually get the user that was connected. The problem was that whenever the React server, whenever the React client connects to the WebSocket server, we don't receive this handle connection event for some reason, and I don't know why. It's really strange to me. Yo, what's going on, Maya? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Wait, what am I talking about? I mean, Nocturnal. Why did I say Maya? I confused your name with the other person's name. Sorry about that. Codex, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for subscribing. Is this your first time here? I feel like I've seen you before. Yeah, your name was literally right next to Nocturnal's name, and then it's so small that I literally confuse it with the other one. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'll avoid broadcasting for now. I'll have to figure that out some other time. But what I'll do is we'll go ahead and do this. I'll get the, yeah, we already imported the conversations module already. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and inject. All right, take it easy, Maya. What I'll do is I'll inject the repository conversation. Actually, no, inject the service. And we shouldn't get any errors. Good. And then what I'll do here is this. This dots. I don't think it's my first time. Yeah, I've seen your name before. So that's why I was like, I've seen you before. Do I have a Discord support server? I do. The link is in the description. Do you know what Fig is? What is Fig? Anson, I need an auth service for one of my projects, and I was recommended for me to use Microsoft Auth. Seeing this as a project. Yeah. I don't have the money to pay Microsoft like 24. I really don't know how to help you because I have never really used anything related to Microsoft before, so I can't really provide you an alternative. But maybe someone here knows. Does anyone here know an alternative for Microsoft authentication? But I know Microsoft has free. I mean, you don't need to pay for Azure, do you? Do you actually need to pay for Azure, or what do I think about Vim? I think Vim is great. Functional components are way better. Does the auth get checked? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Oh wait, what am I doing? This is conversation. And we also need creator and recipient. And so what happens here is this. If conversation, what we want to do is we want to check to see if conversation. So what we need to do is this. We need to compare conversation. So if conversation, if there's no conversation, return. If conversation dot created, let me do this. So we need to get the other user. And again, like I said, this would be so much easier if we use rooms, but I gotta figure out what's going on with the React component. I'll probably do that later today. I'll probably go to the React Flux server and figure something out. Let's see, so we'll do this. If creator.id is equal to payload.userID, that means the recipient is the ID that we want to emit to. So if this is true, so if creator ID is equal to payload.userID, then we want to go ahead and get this thought sessions to get user socket, and then what we'll want to do is we'll want to pass in the ID of. So if the creator is equal to payload.userID, then we want to get the recipient. Else we'll get the creator. And if recipient socket, then we'll do recipient socket dot emit. Passing the same parameters like this. So basically, we're going to go ahead and emit the event for the user, and then we're going to find the other user. Okay. And what we need to do is we need to check to see if creator ID is equal to payload.userID. If it is, well, actually, wait. If creator.id is equal to payload.userID, then, you know, let me do this. Hold on. How did I do it earlier with message create? Oh, okay, see. So I got the author socket. Okay. So we know that if this happens, right, we know that if we get the payload.userID, we know that creator ID should not be equal to that. So let's say, for example, if I'm the one that is deleting the message, right, I'm the payload, my user ID is 7, okay? That means that if creator.id is equal to payload.userID, that means over here this happens. But that doesn't make any, wait, hold on, what am I doing? So I want to emit one for socket. Yes, so if the creator.id is equal to payload.userID, which will not happen in our case because we were the one that created the conversation. So it should get, so if this is equal, then it will give us the recipient. If this is not equal, then that means get the creator. So in our case, if we delete the message, I just want to make sure it does not. I want to make sure it does not send the event twice to the same user. I think we should be fine though. Let's double check just to make sure. So I honestly think that the user on the front end shouldn't even receive the event. So we can honestly just delete this, to be completely honest with you. Because we're already handling it locally by updating the state locally with Redux. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. So right now I'm on the other window, so I'm logged in as Aaron over here. So let me open up, let me zoom out a little bit. Let me open up the console. Okay, so watch this. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete this message. See how I don't receive the event, but the event is received on the front end right over here. Good. So what we'll do is when we receive the event from the WebSocket, we'll literally just dispatch an event. So what I'll do is this. Everything that we did inside delete message thunk fulfilled, we'll literally just copy this, and then we'll literally just paste this inside here. So watch this. And so data is going to, so data in this case was delete message response. So over here, I'll just set the payload action to be a delete message response like this. And let's see what's going on. And so the same logic will apply. We'll get the conversation messages by the payload conversation ID. And yeah, this should be fine. So now all we have to do is when we receive the WebSocket event, we just have to call dispatch. And then we just have to go ahead. Well, first, let me just go ahead and export this reducer. So let's go here and let's export delete message. Wait, why is this giving me a problem? Add case. Alright, see it dev2, take it easy. Delete message. Why is this? Wait, I don't understand. Why is this? Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because of this. But that shouldn't even affect... Why would that affect this, though, is what I don't understand. Like, how does... I don't understand. Delete. Yeah, that makes no sense at all. I don't understand why that would be a problem. Like if I named it delete message. Do I already have something named delete message already? Oh, yeah, I have this. Yeah, that makes sense. There we go. I had a feeling. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so everything else, so now everything else should be fine. So now we can just dispatch delete message and import this from here, and then we just have to pass in the payload. So the payload is going to really only consist of, well, what are we emitting to the user? We're just sending back, I guess, the ID and the conversation. Well, I mean, I don't really think we need user ID anymore, but here's what I'll do. I'll emit yeah, I'll just type annotate it as this for now. I'll just pass it in because I know what the type is. All right, so let's see if this works. So let's go here. Let's refresh on both pages. Someone delete message. See an error happened. Server error happened. Let's see what's going on. Cannot update a parent row. What? Okay, so I can delete all these, but why can't I delete this though? That doesn't make any sense. We already wrote the code for it already. We did that earlier when we tried to delete the message over here. So we're logging the message, we're logging the conversation. The last message sent was, I love coding. I think maybe I might be querying something incorrectly. Yeah, why is it querying? I think it's querying the wrong conversation. Because it should be conversation number 18, but why is it giving number 34 though? That makes no sense. Conversation ID number 18. Why is it giving us back conversation number 34? ASD, okay, 157. What's going on with the conversation? Oh, I forgot. Okay, yeah, this is a problem. So it should be where ID equals conversation ID, params.conversation ID. Okay, the params are correct, but I think over here I need to I set the wrong. But no, that shouldn't be a problem though, because where conversation, I guess, I'll just do this. There we go. So now will this work? Let's find out. Because the last message should be deleted. Oh, I know why. Because I don't think we're returning. Yeah, we're not returning anything. Yeah. So let's do this. That should fix that. Okay, so it doesn't want to do anything when we delete the last message. Oh, wait, I don't get it. Hold on. If no message, okay, good. If it's the last message, okay, so we're receiving the events, that's fine. But if the size, okay, so good, delete. Okay, so we're returning. And when I return, you can see that it logs there are more messages. There are more than one message. So when I return, it should just go back to the message controller right over here. And then we should emit the message.delete event. When we emit the message.delete event, we go inside the gateway right over here. And this is where everything else is handled. So the recipient socket should receive the event, but the recipient socket is only receiving it for non-last messages, but it doesn't receive it if it's a last message, which makes no sense at all. Okay, so I can see that conversation page.tsx is right over here. On message to delete, message deleted, it's logging the payload. We're dispatching the delete message reducer. Let's see. So it's inside the delete message reducer. Okay, so something happening over here. So let's see. Conversation ID. Okay, so if CM ID is equal to conversation ID, that's good. We want to find, okay, so it's something to do with this, I guess. So let me log everything. Okay, so message slice. It's number 60, the index is 0. Okay. User ID. Payload. Okay, so my guess is that the element is at 0, but because 0 is considered a truthy value. Okay, I think that's the reason why. So I think I'll just do this. Like, I don't understand why this is giving me an issue. Like, why? Oh, you know what it is? If conversation messages. Yeah, there we go. That should fix that. All right, it should remove it now. Okay, but for some reason now on the UI it doesn't want to remove it for myself. So over here in fulfilled, yeah, I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing over here. So if I want to remove other messages, that will work. Yeah, it's a UI issue. So let's just do this. Okay, so now it should fix. I could delete this message over here. Perfect, it works. And the correct user is receiving the socket. Awesome. That is awesome. All right, that should be it for this. Does real-time application always require 2 servers, for example? No, not really. I mean, it depends on what your application you're building, right? Like, for example, in our application, our chat app, it only has one WebSocket server, and then we have the React app. That's the client. Zelina, welcome to the stream. How are you? If you learn Node, you'd be learning a framework to build a WebSocket in Node, WebSocket server in Node. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Got a lot done today, honestly. Pretty happy with our progress. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff done, you know. So I'm pretty happy. I think tomorrow I might not start a new project. I might continue with this, and then because there's still a lot of stuff that I feel like we have to do. But I feel like we have a lot of because like I still want to work on the edit feature as well. I feel like that's also important to edit a message. And I think maybe after we finish the edit feature, I think we'll call it. I think we'll call it. The project's not done. Can you show us the finals demo of what you built today? I mean, it's nothing new. We just literally only implemented a feature where we can delete messages. So if I delete this, I can delete my messages. That's really all we did today. Yeah, I pushed the code to GitHub. The project's not done yet. There's still a lot of more stuff to do, but you know, I really do want to move on to a new project, but I don't want to move on to a new project until we finish at least the major features. So I'll work on this again tomorrow. And if I feel like we need to work on it tomorrow some more, then maybe Monday and Tuesday we'll work on it again, and then we'll start a new project. But I really want to do the e-commerce project though. That's really fun. But yeah, that's probably going to be pretty much it for this stream. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Make sure you join the Discord server. The link is in the chat right now. Make sure you join the server. If you're brand new here, please do subscribe, because I do streams like this all the time, and it does help out the channel with growth. But yeah, feel free to check out my Discord. Chat with me over there. Ping me if you need anything. And I will see you all in my next stream. Peace out, everyone.